Is the stream live? I think so, right? Oh yeah, we are live. Okay. All right, stream just started. We don't have many viewers on the stream yet. So we're just gonna play one quick game of my favorite Direct Strike. And just to get some viewers on the stream. And then we're gonna check out what is new on War3 Champions, because indeed the new season begins today. You can see it from the background here already. This is pretty trippy right now because this is what OBS is looking like, but this is what I'm looking at. The fuck? Why does it look different? Oh, damn, we got a game instantly. New season! We are all unranked. Yeah, we're going to check out War3 Champions today, and I have finished my balance patch suggestion document. I'm going to talk about that today as well in 2 hours precisely. But first, we're going to talk about what's happening on War3 Champions after this game, like I said, because the stream just started a moment ago. Oof. I don't think there's a new version of this game. I like Hippo Riders quite a bit. These are also good though. I think these are too good, right? Ah, shit. Like, Enough Fire Bloodlust and Breakers and Talons. This is very good draft so far. I did give up the Hippo Riders, unfortunately. Hippo Riders, perhaps the best late game unit at the moment. The best late game carry, maybe. Okay. Right, I'm gonna have Frostworms for carries, but Frostworms get owned by Hippo Riders, which is the big problem. But this is still a pretty good draft. Still a pretty good draft. I don't know if 3 footies beat 2 grunts. I think it's random. I think sometimes you beat them and sometimes you don't. Just gonna make one more footy. Chances now of winning the first wave are very high. This only gets beaten by 5 ghouls. So hopefully, I'm not against 5 ghouls. Oh. Oh, there's the grunt. I was about to say. Okay, my gold mine here is pretty late. And him having grunts, I'm not a huge fan of. Because I think footies normally lose to grunts. Especially on tier 2. But I got some Talon magic damage. That's pretty good. I got some Shaman. That's pretty good. I'm not sure if we're gonna win this fight. Ah, good targeting. Great micro, bro. Great micro. Alright, we're getting quite a bit of gold here. This guy. What is he doing? He's going hero first, Ghoul Banshee. Okay. Thank you, Madge, with the first sub of the day. Oh, Banshees are very good against Shaman in the early game. So I think this guy should be able to win with his Ghoul Banshee. Oh, don't lightning shield me. Nice. Okay, my hero's gonna be pretty late. Ooh. He's got Grunt Shaman as well. That is not great for me. I think that means I'm gonna lose sooner or later. I may have to rush A-bombs here. Definitely shouldn't be going too heavy on ghouls on footies anymore. And then hero coming soon. Oh, he's getting owned hard now. He's got so few units. Blade Master, Ghoul Banshee. Okay. Mirror image pretty good. You need AMS, bro? Okay, there we go. With the blade. Should be able to win this, I think.
Work complete. Yes, my liege. Cool. Say the word.
Gonna spread out the footies a little bit. Okay, nice. He did well. I feel like the Blade Master for a long time was very hard to make work, but recently I've been seeing players play him pretty well.
We need more gold.
And now my footies are getting killed. Wow, I lost this fight despite my ally helping me out. I wasn't expecting that. Yeah, footies do kind of get owned by Lightning Shield, huh? Maybe I should just sell the footies. We'll see what kind of hero he has. I think a summoner hero here will be very good for me. Dark Ranger's gonna own now as well, with the skellies. Yep. Dark Ranger, pretty risky to play. She can backfire pretty hard. I'm gonna go Lich. Going pretty heavy on the Shaman here. This might be too many. But I feel like footies are just definitely the wrong call right now. Gotta go tier 2. Well, the Blade Master is saving our ass so far. Good job, Blade Master. Got a lot of runs. Still making no hero. Now he's trying to forfeit. What the heck? Buff Siphon Mana? Yeah, that seems like a great idea, bro. That seems like a great idea. The Warden is way too far in the back, bro. Oh, that seems like He might be winning here still. That's good. Thank you. No cancer, please, for the resub. Okay, I think Druid of the Talon should be pretty good against the grunts. Big Master here looking really good. Going mirror image and stats. I wonder if there's a bug on the Blade Master, by the way. It seems like he's doing way too much damage. You see this? Every hit is like 70 damage. That's too much, right? that doesn't seem right, man. Okay, I'm gonna go Orb of Venom here. Make a few more talents. And then probably go tier 3. Yeah, is that a crit bug? Yeah, it almost looks like a crit bug. It doesn't say he's critting, but he's doing so much damage, like it's ridiculous.
More gold is required. Work complete.
Probably make some priests. Riflemen, very, very good units. I'm not sure if I should be selling the footies or not. I did invest in defend, so that is not a problem, I guess. I got a lot of casters. I need to make some real units as well. Only casters is not going to be great forever. Ah, shit. I was too late with the priest. I should have made a Talon. Okay, he's got bears coming. I think I should be going tier 3 and make some breakers and get my tier 3 upgrades. Should I make priests first? I don't really like my army that much, to be honest. This is a lot of casters and not many real units. I mean, frostworms are going to be sick. I'm a bit worried that I'm about to get overrun, though. Venom Orb is trash. You just outed yourself as a bad player, bro. Orb of Venom might be the best item in the game right now. It's ridiculous how good it is. Orb of Venom and Orb of Fire are the two best items right now. Oh shit, he's got fairy dragons. That's not that great for me. Okay, but they triggered early. Yeah, I know. Fairy fire. Okay, I got a bajillion casters. I need to finally make some real units, like frostworms, A-bombs, stuff like that. But I'm glad that this guy didn't fall to the Dark Ranger. It's always really annoying to lose to the Dark Ranger and have the Skelly snowballs starting. Maybe I should be selling the footies. Seems like they're not doing so much anymore, but they are still part of my front line. As little front line as I have. He's got breakers against the Necros. Very good. We are in a wonderful position here. I'm gonna get inner fire now. Then my whole army is gonna get inner fired. Should be spreading out my casters more as well, especially because he's got fairy dragons. Okay. I'm pretty sure I need to get a gold mine finally. I'm pretty late with it. He's got absolutely nothing against my Frostworm, which is good news for me. Did they finally include the Reforged graphics into Direct Strike on Warcraft Champions? No. The Lich has a skin, that's why it looks different. Is there any changes to Direct Strike balance? I couldn't see anything in the Discord. No. This is still the previous version of Direct Strike. No new patch there yet. I should make some breakers. I think A-bombs right now not as good as breakers for frontline.
More gold is required.
I can get control magic also against the wolves. I'm not getting 1-1 upgrades yet because my army is mostly casters, and casters don't benefit from upgrades. Oh, are we gonna get the tower? Yes, sir. Okay, he's got a destroyer. Is that a problem for me? Sort of. I don't have much anti-air at all, to be honest. I'm gonna greed it up. I'm gonna go for another gold mine. My frost rooms are still very, very strong here. But I am gonna have to go archers soon, I guess. Archers are like the only anti-air I have, which is not great. Typical meta game right now. Lots of breakers being made. Breakers seem really good at the moment because the meta seems to be a lot about summons and buffs. And breakers are good against both summons and buffs. Breaker is probably one of the best units in the game right now, I would say. You have talents too. Yeah, but talents have magic damage in this mode, not piercing damage, so they don't work against destroyers. Breakers also protect the front line for my Lich. The Lich right click is also pretty damn good, especially when you have Bloodlust and Orb. I feel like when you have a ranged hero and you can somehow afford it, you should almost always go Opal Venom. It's so good. Well, in some early games it's not that good, especially when you play against ghouls. Then Opal Venom doesn't do too much. He's going heavy into destroyers. I'm gonna need to make goddamn archers now. Archers in the late game. Sag. But yeah, it's the only anti-air I have. Lich barely able to beat these goddamn destroyers by himself now. He's gonna get a bit of help soon. Dragonhawks aren't good. Dragonhawks are only good for Shackle. But again, destroyers are magic immune. So you cannot shackle them. And like I said, talents have magic damage. You see, you see? So I need to make archers. Should make a second hero soon as well. That can help with anti-air. Especially if I get a tanky melee hero. I can give him an orb, and that will help against destroyers. And I guess now I can finally get some upgrades for my units. Let's go MGs as well. Okay. He's got pretty good tech. Destroyer, Fairy, Bloodlust, MGs. But he doesn't have any real damage. He's got no carries, so to speak, for the late game. Alright, let's make some more archers here, and then we're gonna go second hero. This is a placement game, by the way. Of course, in the new season, we have new rankings, new ladder. So everyone is back to 0 RP. RP is... what does that stand for again? Ranking points. Ranking points. So we still got the same MMR as from last season. Right now I'm at about 2000 MMR. But the ranking points are now gone. If I had Hippo Riders, this game would be perfect. Destroyers normally are very good, but if you have breakers, you don't need destroyers. So, destroyers are actually not the best unit here. It's Hippo Riders these days, I would say. Hippo Riders and tanks are crazy good. Hippo Riders, tanks, breakers, chims, shaman, MGs, and probably also for the late game, witch doctors. And for the mid game, statues. Those I think are the best units. The ult. Nova first. Nova first, please, Lich. Where's the Nova? It's not using it. Okay, whatever. RP Remo points? I wish. You can get second hero ranged and deal with destroyers that way. Melee hero is better. Melee hero is closer up front. He's tankier. When I give him the orb, he's gonna draw aggro from destroyers. And because he draws aggro in the front, my archers are protected in the back. So a tanky frontline hero with orb is always great anti-air, ironically. I have to go Archmage. Beastmaster's not good in the late game. This is not the tanky hero I would have loved to get, but Archmage late game, when I have this many casters with aura, is pretty damn good. Okay, now he's got chimps. So now he's making some real units that do damage. Chims will own archers in the end, but it seems like we're a bit too far ahead right now. Looks like we are winning as we speak. He says Blade Master OP. Yeah, I always felt like the blade was terrible. But in recent games I've seen, the blade has looked pretty damn good, man. And that was a very fast game. Was that like 20 minutes? Very fast for Direct strike standards. Yep, 21 minutes. Okay, cool. First win of the season in the placement matches. Okay, now this was just a little bit of a warm-up. What is the Archmage Ultimate? It is Tornado in Direct Strike. Okay, I think the ad is still running at the moment. Waiting for the ad break to be over, and then we're going to get into the nitty-gritty here. Oh, 10 more seconds. Okay, I think now we are ready. So, here we have it, boys. New season has launched today. W3 Champions season. Wait, which season is this? Season 14. Hell yeah. And we have a nice new look for the season as well. It is the Fire Lord. Is this Ragnaros? This should be Ragnaros, I guess. Ragnaros, the Fire Lord, for a fiery 14th season. Lots of new players have been joining Warcraft Champions once again, thanks to the big streamers showing more interest in Warcraft 3 once more. Tyler, Grubby, Ampi, and all the guys. So, seems like the new season comes at the perfect timing. And question is, what do we have in the season now? What has changed? What is new? We're going to look at it inside the client here in a moment. But let's first read the patch notes. We love patch notes, don't we? Oh, wait, it's season 21. Right. Season 21, but he's coming back from season 14. I was about to say, I thought we had season 14 already. All right, so let's go through it. We got the beautiful picture of the Fire Lord, Kar the Everburning. So it's not Ragnaros. Oh, okay. I don't know that much about Warcraft lore, World of Warcraft lore, but whatever. Let's get into it. New ladder mode, Survival Chaos OZ. For Season 21, we are introducing a new custom ladder game, Survival Chaos OZ, made by Stvel. I've never played this before. I will want to try it now in the new season. In the new season, I want to try basically all the things that are on War 3 Champions being introduced, starting today. In before Remo gets 4 losses and drops down to 1200 MMR. No, you keep the MMR. The MMR hasn't been reset, so I still got my 2000 MMR. I don't think you lose the MMR too easily in the placement matches, but I'm not sure. Anyways, right now we're focused here on the patch notes. This version of Survival Chaos fixes bugs, optimizes scripts to reduce lag, and FPS drops. AI units, movement, and aggro algorithms are completely rewritten. 70% of all bonuses have been changed to make them more interesting and playable. New game modes have been added, and different modifications have been made to increase game variety. I've never played Survival Chaos, and I don't remember what it looks like from other people's streams. So this is going to be a very new experience for me. Also, new ladder mode, we have Castle Fight. Now, this one I've certainly seen before. I played it a long time ago, and people play this on stream a lot. I'm sure you guys have seen it as well. And here it seems like we have quite a few changes. After 2.5 years in the making, Castle Fight, the definitive edition, is finally playable on War 3 Champions with 3v3 ranked ladder. Castle Fight is a Warcraft 3 custom game that has been played for over 15 years. That's pretty cool. This map is among the core of what became known as auto battlers. Each player have a builder and a race of their own, with a single last hope or rescue strike with which to kill everything in an area on their side of the map and push back. Build structures with your builder, which auto spawn units or offer special effects such as buffs and debuffs. With income at set intervals, you build up your army roster with your allies and fight against the opponent's team to take down their castle. So it is kind of similar to Direct Strike, right? 3 versus 3, 3 on each side, and then you make units or buildings, whatever, and they spawn units and you keep running into the middle. But the difference, I guess, is they don't spawn at exactly 35 seconds or whatever interval, but they have their own cooldowns on unit spawns, I think is how it works. But it's a pretty similar idea. I guess Castle Fight was the first to really come up with it 15 years ago. Will you rise to the challenge and emerge as the champion? DE is the ultimate version of the popular castle fight strategy game. DE, what does that mean? Definitive Edition. Oh, yeah, okay, I guess. It has been thoroughly redesigned and rebuilt to offer the most polished, balanced, and bug-free experience possible. Whether you're a seasoned Castle Fight veteran or newcomer to the game, Castle Fight Definitive Edition offers something for everyone. So if you're looking for the most polished and balanced Castle Fight experience ever, look no further than Castle Fight DE. Okay, cool. So this is 2 new game modes coming to custom ranked, where already Direct Strike was played. So we can take a look at that. Of course, we have ladder for melee, 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, 4v4, FFA, and now also more custom games. As you can see, we have quite a few custom games in here already. Legion TD. Is that how the custom game ladder began, by the way, with Legion TD? It might have been. Legion TD, Reign of Chaos, even. I think nobody plays that anymore, though. Let's take a look. What are people playing right now? 1v1, 2v2, Survival Chaos. Oh, that seems to be a big map. Survival Chaos OZ. Alright, let's download these maps real quick. Direct Strike Get. 6.2.3 is still the old version, by the way. But wait. We have 2 different Survival Chaos versions. Okay, this is a bit confusing because this was Survival Chaos and this is Survival Chaos OZ. And this one is called... Ah, never mind. Survival Chaos OZ. Okay. Alright. So this is the newer version, I would assume. Yeah, I've never played this yet, but I will try it here in the future. And the other one was Castle Fight. Right. Castle Fight Definitive Edition. Beta. Beta. We also have Warhammer. The hell is this, by the way? Alright. I'm downloading, guys. This is also big maps. Is this like Warhammer units? To find a fitting league of your skill, you have to play 5 placement matches, blah, 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 blah. You get placed in the leagues. What does this mean? Warhammer. Splitting the queue more maybe wasn't the best idea. Yeah, I hear people make that argument often. I don't think that is good enough of an argument. Sure, we could provide only 1v1 and nothing else. No 2v2, no 3v3, 4v4, Legion, Direct Strike, Survival Chaos, nothing. And then everyone would be forced to play 1v1 only. But it also means we would lose a ton of players. Yeah, I think it's good that we have lots of things included here, if they somewhat get played. To be honest, ATR also, that's pretty cool. ATR, you may know this. This is where you get random heroes and random mercenaries. To be honest, though, if there are some game modes that never get played, for example, I feel like nobody's playing Reign of Chaos anymore, then it might be worth removing those. But in general, I think it's cool that we have many different game modes. And of course, especially Direct Strike has been very, very popular lately. Okay, so I think I downloaded almost all the maps. That's neat. Legion TD. I used to be a big fan of Legion TD, but to be honest, nowadays I feel like Direct Strike is just a much better version of Legion TD. But that's just me. Maybe you guys have different opinions. All right, let's keep reading the patch notes here. Rankings, reset, and ladder games. So, MMR completely reset for FFA. I wonder if that's annoying for the FFA players, by the way. Like, it can take a long time to build up your MMR. But now it is 100% reset. MMR reset also for Legion TD, RT and AT, Direct Strike arranged team, so not Direct Strike solo. Which means in Direct Strike solo, you still have your MMR, like I have mine as well. Rankings and Ranking points will be fully reset in all modes, so the leaderboards will look fresh after the reset. Remember, activity is rewarded more at the start of the season. Oh, so if you guys want to climb heavily in the ranking points, in the ladder, you're getting more points at the beginning of the season. Now, this is ranking points, not MMR. MMR is the more indicative number of your skill that also is responsible for matching you with opponents, but ranking points is where you land in the ladder. Do you think that Tyler should stop playing? What? What kind of a question is that? I don't even know why you would ask that. And also, of course not. Why would I want anybody to stop playing? The more people that play Warcraft 3, the better it is. And I'm not one to tell people what not to do and what to do. I don't know what you... Weird question, bro. And, all right, here we go. These are the big changes that I'm excited to see what they mean. And we're going to try out. Map pool changes. 1v1. Lost Temple removed, replaced by Boulder Vale. Echo Isles replaced with Melting Valley 2. Oh, now that is interesting. I used to be a big hater of Melting Valley back in the day, especially when only human could expand. It seemed to be a pretty good expansion map. Defensive setup, mercenary camp close to the main base. But nowadays, way more races can expand. I'm still a big hater of Secret Valley. I think that map is garbage. But Melting Valley, I feel like, might be good. Maybe. We're going to check out later what the map looks like now. 4v4 map changes as well. Rocky Ridge, Rose Hip, Blasted Lands, Market Square. Market Square in 4v4. Market Square is one of the coolest, unique maps. I'm not sure if it's very balanced, but really unique in its design. Beautiful to look at. I don't know anything about 4v4 maps, so this is cool, of course, that they update 4v4, but I don't really care about it. Also, lots of changes in the ATR map pool. Shout out to the map makers, the map making community always doing great work, and blah, 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 blah. All right, we got it. Okay, what exactly do we have in ATR, by the way? Where is it? Wait. Ah, there it is. Also, War3 Champions, guys, I love you. But why is this not sorted alphabetically? What is this sorting? This don't make sense. So this would be nice to have alphabetical, but I don't want to be too bitchy. Okay. So this is a ton of new maps that I have absolutely never seen. Circumvention, Desert Strife, Dungeon Loch, Former Glory, Nullwood. Oh my god. Bro, look at that Nullwood. That gives me an aneurysm. This is Nullwood, but different. Very confusing. Seems like there's no fountain anymore. Nullwood 2.0. Okay. Heaven of Lost. I don't know any of these maps. I think I've seen Moonspark before. Yeah, I've seen this map before in a mapping competition. By the way, max players 1, so you can only play alone. Hashtag forever alone. Night Stream. Don't know this. Ogre Mound. I might have seen this map before. Silverwing Clearing. This one also seems kind of familiar. Thawing Snow. Ooh, I remember this. This was a beautiful map, which probably wasn't very balanced, but beautiful and interesting. Veilstorm. Okay, cool. Lots of fresh new maps, really nice. ATR doesn't get played that much, unfortunately, especially on ladder. Sometimes we have tournaments in ATR, but not so popular on the ladder. Okay. Now, I want to try the new map, Melting Valley. Wait, But I can't use cheats here. Hold on. Let me use cheats real quick. So we can check out the map fast. Okay, it should be in the folder. War3 Champions folder. Wait, I gotta go single player. Right. Single player, custom games. War3 Champions. Ooh. Wait. Melting Valley. Where is it? Melting Valley 2.0. Nice. Okay. All right. We are in a custom game. Oh, it pauses when I'm tabbed out, right? Okay. Let's check out what we get here. So this is the new Melting Valley. Sound is off.
The damned stand ready. Thy bidding, master. Thy will be done. Yes, is complete.
Just gonna quickly check out what's new here on this map.
Summoning is complete. Summoning is complete.
So I know there used to be a little troll camp here. This camp is also the same. So especially when it comes to maps and also remade maps, the most important thing most of the time is the creeps. So we got... This one is, I think, the same as before.
Where shall my blood be spilled? Summoning is complete.
And the Fiend's attacks sound pretty weird here. This is on Battle.net, by the way, so this is Classic HD. Unfortunately, Classic HD still hasn't been enabled for War3 Champions, which I feel like is the biggest shame. The reason is that the way it was explained to me, the way War3 Champions works is it activates from offline mode in Warcraft 3. And if you want to have Classic HD on, you need to have online connection to Battle.net, and then there the options get selected and checked, basically. But since War3 Champions, I mean, starts from offline mode, that seems to be the reason why you can't do that. Classic HD doesn't work. So this is still all the same. Merc Camp creep here. This one drops the... Is this the normal? I think it would be cool if this had a different Merc Camp, maybe. And then again, maybe not. What is new about the Secret Valley? This still all looks exactly the same as before. Yeah, there's the Grand Golem camp here. Don't have to creep this. This is the Khadgar's Pipe camp. I think this camp used to drop Cloak of Shadows and Claws of Attack or something. Ring +5. Okay. I don't know if they changed this camp. I don't quite remember what the items here used to be. Okay, so all the item drops so far make sense. This is all as it should be, I would say. Then there's this Null camp over here where there used to be claws. The most important thing for me is the shops. I hate Rune of the Watcher, so bad. And there used to be a Rune of the Watcher on this map, so I hope it's not here anymore. Oh, the labs are now here. Ah, the lab used to be over here, and you could abuse the aggro from that.
My patience has ended.
And aggro the lab into the expansion. So I think that makes sense that the lab is no longer there. But that means that there's one camp less now. There used to be a little Murloc camp here.
You called. My vengeance is yours.
Okay.
Research complete.
Creeps all seem to be the same still as before. Ah, thank God. Thank God, map makers. They indeed did remove the Watch Award. Thank God. That instantly makes the map better. So it's another Periapt item. Same as at the other gold mine.
Let battle return.
And then I think this camp used to drop Mana Stone. Yeah, it's the same drop still. Arc of Reincarnation. The drops seem a bit boring, right? Like there's no slippers anywhere. And this camp also used to be Claws of Attack. Ah, this is Wand of Illusion now. Okay, that's good. So this is Wand of Illusion. Okay, so we got a Wand of Illusion camp. We got a Claws camp. We got a big healing camp. We got 2 Ring of Regen camps.
My patience has ended.
I would prefer it if this camp, either this green camp or this green camp, had Cloak of Shadows. Because there's no Cloak of Shadows on the whole map. These are both only tomes. Melting Valley is a bit of a bigger map. It seems like for how big the map is, there's not that many creeps. Which isn't necessarily bad. Okay, so small changes only to this map. I think this item changed, if I remember right. And just to make sure, let's creep the red camp as well. But I'm pretty sure it has the same item still. When are you gonna shave the beard? Never, bro. Never. Gotta fight, boys. Gotta try hard now. Siphon mana, no! Don't take my mana, bro! Impale of Beauty! Oh, look at that Impale, baby. Hell yeah. I lost a Fiend. Not bad. That's another Fiend. Oh my god. Am I losing to the AI? I thought I was gonna own this fight, but look at this guy, man. That Flame Strike was messing with my statues. Mean. Okay, please leave, bro. I need to creep the red camp. Oh, balls the expo. What the fuck, Rock Golem? What are you doing? Rock Golem AI seeming a bit strange. Yeah. And it's Cloak of Flames, so... Okay, item drops have been almost not changed. So... Okay. Is this a good map? I don't know. Is this a terrible map? I don't think so. Just from the way it seems to me, I feel like this map is a lot better and a lot more promising than Secret Valley. Maybe I'm a bit biased. I hate Secret Valley. But yeah, this seems pretty good. And now, more interestingly, let's check out the new map. I have never seen or played this map before. Direct strike destroyed your brain. How dare you? How dare you? It's the worst map? What is the worst map? This map? I don't know, man. Let's check it out.
My life for Nezul. The damned stand ready.
So we got a lot of creep camps here, right? There's a double tavern in the middle. There's a shop. There's a merc camp. There's a lab. Ooh, lab very close to the main. That's something that humans will love.
Master. My fate is sealed. Thy will be done. I cannot summon there. The series is complete. Where the summon is complete. Yes, Master. I cannot summon is complete. Summoning is complete.
And let's start off with a little bit of easy creeping again.
Summoning is complete. My patience has ended.
Okay, what do we have here? Wait. Is this the orange camp? No. Ah, that's the green camp. Okay, so there's a bunch of easy camps right outside the main. This is a very small camp, 2-2-1. I don't like that, like, it gives this little experience. As you guys may remember from... How much is this? Yeah, it's 72. I don't like that at all. As you guys may remember from old Twisted Meadows, old Twisted Meadows used to be very bad with creeping. Because the green camps in the middle used to be really small and gave almost no experience. We learned from Twisted Meadows that if a camp gives less than 100 experience, it is almost worthless. And it's not a good design, I think. I think every camp, even if it's a small green, has to give at least 100 experience. Why? Because creeping 2 small green camps then gives you a level 2 at least. But here, I would have to creep 3 green camps to get level 2. That's a waste of time. So I think this camp here should get... or give more experience. Of course, there's also other camps here that you can creep, but I think it's a good general rule of thumb to just have every camp, everyone, should give at least 100 XP. It's also what makes Tidehunters, for example, a very interesting creep map, because you... there's lots of green camps on Tidehunters, but as you will notice, every single one gives about 100 XP. So you can creep 2 green camps. There's a big selection of which one you would want to go for. And when you creep 2, you get level 2. So this is 2, 2, 3 levels. So this is definitely 100 experience. 264 right now.
My patience has ended. Ride or die. I wish I cannot summon there.
So item drop here is good, I think. 264. Yeah, you can see the experience was over 100. So the first couple of items are slippers, sentries, and tome. I like that. We have a different selection of item drops. Then this camp probably is going to be claws of attack, I would imagine. Level 5 creep and some small guys. Again, this is going to be more than 100 experience. The map has a very interesting look. It's like darkish green. There's a bit of corruption going on with the trees. It looks pretty cool. And yeah, this is the Claws camp. Alright. A healthy mix of items. There's a lot of creep camps outside your main, which might incentivize very defensive play. It's a pretty big map with lots of creeps. Just this camp is too weak. This is bad. Mr. Mapmaker, if you're seeing this is bad. Everything else though seeming pretty good so far. We got a merc camp here. Oh, with dark troll units. Really, ooh, this is nice. This guy can only heal. Same as the frost troll. Ooh, wolf. Nice. Oh shit, we got a wolf. Ooh, I like that. New merc camp. Nice. And later on, Satyr, Shadow Dancer. We can get a curse. Oh, this is really cool. I think he's melee though. Having ranged mercs always better because they're easier to keep alive. Okay, let's keep going. So this was a bigger claws camp, claws plus 8. A concern on maps is if all the big creep camps are on the outside of the map, like in a circle, then very often one player will be in one corner of the map, the other will be the other corner, and they're just creeping and there's no interaction. Normally, maps are designed better when there's more available camps in the middle, where players will meet each other and have to fight for. So this is a bit of a concern here. As you can see, the middle is basically empty. There's 2 taverns here. Somewhere, there it is. But basically no creep camps in the center. And then a lot of creep camps on the outside. Big item here. Oh, this is a very big item. So the shop creep is very valuable. Same as on Twisted Meadows, for example. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of these big camps all being cluttered. Like, look at this part of the map. We got a shop, and a red, and an orange, and an orange. There's so much juice here. So, this seems like the best part of the map to be in. You can creep so much here, you can get so much experience. Why would you want to be anywhere else? And if I'm here, my opponent's up here, we're never gonna meet. Oh, huge item. Okay, the item drops out on the map seems very, very valuable.
Research complete. Research complete. My patience has ended. My patience has ended.
Okay, let's take a look at this guy, the mercenary. Ah, he's not available yet. Okay. And then you have to go over here. So this looks cool, but when you go creeping here, you end up in a dead end. There's a tome here. Okay. And a 1 of mana steal. Alright. Can you get anywhere by destroying these chunks? It's a beautiful map. It's very pleasing to look at. Okay. You can't go here though. Okay, so this is just cosmetic.
My patience has ended.
So this is kind of reminiscent of Last Refuge. There's like a camp in the corner. Item was a 1 of mana steal, so this is consumable. This is always valuable. Let's go over here. There's not the camp. So yeah, this part of the map is crazy valuable. This doesn't have to be bad, by the way. I just prefer it a bit more when there's more areas to contest, but we've seen also great maps in the past where there are definitely... Ah, he does have range. Oh shit, he's got range. He's got curse and range. Oh, that's cool. We have seen maps before where there are big camps in the corner, and they're still great maps, like Twisted Meadows, for example. Twisted Meadows also has these big creep areas where there's the gold mine, and holy shit, that guy has 1,000,000 units.
summoning is complete. My vengeance is yours to command. Summoning is
Hold on, guys. I just need to morph some destroyers. Hey, so many units. It's because we both have infinite mana. My hotkeys are messed up.
my vengeance is yours. My patience has ended. Our forces are under attack.
Oh, my statues! No!
My patience has
Okay, I'm gonna make 100 supply. Let's see what he does then, huh?
Master. My vengeance is yours. Where shall my blood research complete? Last. Research complete.
Shit. I got units everywhere.
Research complete. Our forces are under attack. Research complete. My vengeance is yours. My patience has ended. You call me. Let battle be joy. My vengeance is yours.
Okay, bro, now we can fight. Let's go. Get all the upgrades. It's okay, guys. He's on cheat mode as well, so this is fair. Ah, there we go. Now can just A-click micro, just like a night elf. That feels good.
My patience has ended.
Okay.
Patience has ended. I speak.
Now my heroes are just way too strong.
Direct me. My vengeance is yours.
Okay. Let's keep on going here. So this is the gold mine. So this is your most likely expansion creep. This one down here would be... yeah, it's basically impossible. So this has to be your expo. So there's only one option of expansion. Level 4 minion, level 5 enforcer. Item here is... oh, pretty big item. So this is kind of similar to... Northern Isles creep.
My patience
Okay.
has ended.
So you go here for the gold mine, and then you have all these goodies. Interesting. So it seems like this map naturally is going to be separated into north and south. The guy up here can expand here and then look for this corner for big booty. The merc camp seems to be kind of out of the way. Yeah, the merc camp position... huh. Merc camp position seems a bit awkward. Like, if this is supposed to be a defensive map, kind of like Terranos Stand, where you want to get mercenaries and an expansion and a late game, which this could be, then, I mean, Merc Camp here would be really broken though, right? Like, Merc Camp right next to your main base. Maybe it would be better if there was, like, an opening here to walk to the Merc Camp.
My patience has ended.
Because it's quite hard to get to.
My vengeance is yours.
Is there a new patch for Warcraft 3 today? No, not for Warcraft 3, but there's a new season on War 3 info.
Time is fleeting. I'll see to it.
I think this map is pretty interesting though. Pretty promising.
I have heard the summons.
I haven't heard of this one before. It's definitely beautiful. I love the look of it. It's a unique look. Quite green in color palette. It's a little bit corrupted. It seems a little bit poisonous, you know?
Speak.
Not just the normal summer green that we see on most maps. My biggest worry here is that we have a merc camp that is very hard to access. Like, normally merc camps only are good when you can access them early. But here you're gonna have to run outside your main, go over here, go around the corner.
My patience has ended.
And if you expand here, then you could go over there to this merc camp, but it's basically the enemy merc camp. Yeah, I wish the merc camp was a bit more accessible. I would say that's my only critique I have so far of this map. But it seems cool. It seems pretty interesting. In my opinion. Okay. Is there anything else? No, I guess not. I guess that pretty much covers it. Very interesting. We have 2 new maps in the map pool. Melting Valley, of course, a returning map. What is the map pool now, exactly? For 1v1. The fuck? Why is there a big white square? What the hell? Again, what I'm seeing is different from what you're seeing. I don't have this big white square in my... The fuck? Eh? Yeah, I mean, this is not how it looks on my screen. This is just, I don't know, OBS is looking weird right now. This is how it looks. This is how it looks. Strange. Anyways. Okay, what is the 1v1 map pool we have here? Autumn Leaves, good. Boulder Vale, good. I'm always a big advocate of new maps. Of course, new maps are always going to be a little bit hesitant. The player base is going to be a bit hesitant because it's difficult to get used to new maps. Concealed Hill. I feel like we could say goodbye to Concealed Hill. Concealed Hill, I like the map. It's a good map, despite its very unique design. Extremely well balanced. Concealed Hill, one of the most balanced maps of all time. But Concealed Hill and Northern Isles both, they've been in the map pool for so long, I wouldn't mind saying goodbye to them. But of course, they are indeed good maps. Hammerfall, also a good map, but small. I would like to see more bigger maps. Last Refuge. This one has been in the map pool for insanely long. So this one I feel like could certainly be sunsetted. For a while at least. Oh, I forgot to mention some subs, by the way. Guys, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Materazzi with the resub. Master Khan Saab with the resub. And Burning Blades and Awfulty Cuts with the resub. Thank you all very much. Then we have the new Melting Valley. I feel like it's cool to have an updated map returning, but honestly, I don't feel like it's very interesting, but that's just a first glance. That's just a first glance. We'll see if some tournaments are going to play it, if this is going to provide some interesting matches. By the way, I think I mentioned this yesterday already. In the WSB tournament, which is going on right now, which we're not allowed to cast, we have 2 really cool maps, Ruins of Ashara and Shared Exile. These are both new maps, both very interesting. War3 champions, please introduce these again to the map pool. New maps in, old maps out. Say it with me. New maps in, old maps out. Wouldn't that be great? Secret Valley, I hate this map. I think it's garbage. Yeah, I think every other map here in this map pool is a million times better. Shallow Grave, I think this map is really good and overlooked by the Asian scene. In the Asian scene, they don't really like this map, but I think they got it wrong. That's right, guys. I'm right. They're wrong. This map is definitely a lot better than goddamn Amazonia. I think we all can agree on that. Springtime, also still a pretty new map. Tidehunters, we've seen this map for quite a while already, but still one of the newer maps. Warhail, I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of Warhail. Especially aesthetically, I feel like it's not that great. And gameplay-wise, I mean, it's too early to tell. Gameplay-wise, it might be good still. We haven't really seen big tournaments on it yet. It has 4 gold mines, so there's macro potential. But I feel like, at least for me, also the aesthetic appearance is very important to me, which is why Tidehunters, for example, is such an amazing map. It's very interesting in its design, with the axis symmetry and stuff, kind of a bit of an homage to Echo Isles in some ways. But it also is beautiful. It is luscious green, tropical, beautiful. No offense to RoboGoblin, I think, who made this map. Really cool that he put in that much work, but just keeping it 100% honest, I feel like this one is not so pretty. That being said, who is this map made by the way? Boulder Vale. Zukth. A long time member of the map making community. I don't know if he's made any other maps. Yeah, I think this is a promising map though. I'm not sure yet if it's good or not. Like I said, I would like to see the Merc camp a bit more accessible, but it is certainly beautiful, and I do like that. Okay. And that is pretty much it as far as maps go. Now, I said I wanted to check out the different things that are available now. Survival Chaos. I have no idea how this game works. Alright, chat. What are we going to try now? Castle Fight or Survival Chaos? You decide. Castle Fight 3v3 or Survival Chaos? There's not that many people in queue. People are queuing up Direct Strike still. Still very, very popular. Survival Chaos, Survival Chaos, Chaos. Direct Strike, Survival Chaos, Survival Chaos. Okay, alright. Survival Chaos wins. Now, which one? They both have 2 people in queue. Okay, I guess I'm gonna go for this. Okay, we're all anonymized. What's the difference between Survival Chaos OZ and not OZ? I have no idea. I have never once played this game, so I got no clue. So I'm gonna be failing here hardcore. But that's okay. You know, as new players, we are expected to be bad. Not sure if you saw my previous message, but there's going to be a show match between Colorful and Running. Yeah, Sean, right. I saw it on War3 info earlier already. Yep, we are going to watch that later. It's starting at 3 p.m. CET, right? So in a little less than 2 hours. Okay, how does this work? Settings, mode, 3 race pick, gold off, double bonus gold off, AI bot off. Okay. Horde, neutral, alliance. Horde, I guess. Okay. Train grunt. Train grunt. Need more gold. Okay. So this is my hero, I guess. Ooh, this is so many things, bro. I have no idea what to take. What is this? Foundation. Let's just take the first one. Altar of Storms. Warlord. Okay, cool. Alright, so I'm sending out waves. Okay, so it's an auto battler. Focus ultimate weapon can only be selected when there are 2 players left alive. Uh-huh. Okay, there's waves spawning. I got gold. Make some units here. Okay, so I can send additional waves, I see. So I got normal waves cooling down. I want to get a hero. Where are the heroes? Are there no heroes here? You need tier 2. Ah, okay. So, do I get gold from killing units? Let's go, boys! Kill him! Uh-oh. Kill him! Wait, I didn't get gold, though. Indirectly you get gold, okay. So I need tier 2 for a hero, you guys say. Fortress. Do I get Fortress? What is this mode? This is called Survival Chaos. This is the first time I'm ever playing it. Upgrade barracks. No. Okay, I'm gonna get the fortress, I guess. It's captured a neutral building. How does that work? Upgrade barracks first. Okay. Which one? I'm gonna upgrade this one. I'm winning here. Should have done that earlier. I think you can check gold gain from your lanes. Nope. So what does my upgrade barracks do? I got more units, I guess? Yeah, I got a raider now as well. Okay. On the side lanes, east and west, you see grey buildings. Some of those are gold mines. If you push past them, you get more gold. Ah, cool. Okay, this is pretty interesting. We need reinforcements, boys. Upright, there's a drop-down menu. Ah, oh my god, that's a lot of numbers. Orc has captured a neutral building. Marketplace, let's go. Gives 25 gold every 60 seconds. Gives 4% damage to your heroes. Gives 1 armor to your heroes. Nice. Okay, so I should probably upgrade my side lanes, right? Okay, that's pretty interesting. 25 gold every 60 seconds. Wood supply. Okay. What the fuck? My base is burning. Okay. Stop it, please. Upgrade the mid-top barracks. Okay. If I use repair, do they not stop burning?
Our town is under attack.
Repair. Upgrade.
Upgrade complete.
Okay, now they stop burning. Ah, okay. It's repairing is free, right? Yeah. Okay, then that's just. I can't repair the main though. Okay, now I go fortress upgrade. Yeah, this is survival chaos. I have a base with 3 barracks. These spawn units every couple of seconds. Every 37 seconds. This is the first time I'm ever playing it. I don't know how this really works. There's some abilities I have here. Towers have army upgrades. But I need level 2 fortress, I think. Shamanism. Shaman can cast Bloodlust. Oh yeah, that sounds good. Uh-oh. I'm getting pushed in, boys. I don't like that. Can my towers kill them? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's got a big wave over here. I have to make some units. Panic. Okay, let's make 1,000,000 units. Let's go, boys. Let's push back. Okay. I mean, brass armor should be pretty good, right? Armor for everyone. Let's do it. Uh-oh. Now I'm getting pushed here, guys. Uh-oh. This might be a big waste of money, I'm not sure. You should spend all, and I mean all gold on upgrades. Oh, okay, my bad.
Our town is under attack.
Dude, am I still losing? Bro, I spent so much gold here. Come on, man. I need to win. What else can I make here? Wait, I have mana? Deal 400 AoE damage. Oh, I got mana. Let's use some mana. Okay. Boom. Ah, out of range. Never mind. I can only use that in my main, I guess. What next, boys? You are burning, Remo. Yeah. Repairs on cooldown. I'm gonna make level 2 fortress. Let's go. There's so many things here. Bro, what should I get? What should I get? I don't have catapults yet. Bonus gold with each attack. Affects buildings. Okay. Battle Frenzy for grunts. Endurance Aura. Raiders. Let's do that. Grunt, Scout, Shaman, Raider. Oh, that sounds good. Seasoned troops. Do I have to select the hero? Or do I get one automatically? Okay, we're researching some things here, boys. Grunts and Raiders. Your heroes. Chance to stun and damage target. Feral Instinct, Raider, Wyvern, Shaman. Uh-huh. Okay. I got no clue what's going on. Also upgrade building armor for more HP. Okay. So my repair is ready, so I should just repair, right? Repair has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Uh-oh, I'm getting pushed in hard over here. Uh-oh, look at that shit, boys. I think I have to make some more units. Oh, Troll Warlord? Is he gonna spawn now? Wait. Who's gonna spawn? Oh, fuck. I'm getting pushed in on both sides. Shit!
Research complete.
And I'm slowed. Eh. I'm scared, boys. I'm scared.
For Loderon. Research complete.
Where's my hero, though? Lightning storm, arrow volley. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There are enemies at the gates. I'm wasting money again, boys. I'm panicking. Wait, he's got a heal wave. Oh shit. Am I dying? I might be dying. Okay, we're learning though. We're learning. Build hero top mid. Ah, this guy, you mean? Okay. I'm gonna use some abilities here. Got lots of mana. When are they in range? Still not in range. Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. They're coming from both sides, boys. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not looking good. Okay. Now, finally, maybe? Oh, Jesus Christ. Save me! Okay, that worked. Make a hero here. Okay. Gotta make one hero on each side, guys. I'm sure that's the right play. Oh, fuck. Now I'm getting pushed in here! What the fuck? Guys. Okay, I need some tower support over here, boys. I think I'm dead. Rip. Does my barracks respawn? 3, 2, 1. Dude, how is he so strong? Level 6 Grand Admiral. That doesn't sound fair. Dalen Proudmoore. Imba. Yeah, I would need to see like a tutorial video of this. I don't really... Yeah. Okay, we're still in it, boys. We are still in it. Oh shit, there's more guys coming from here. Uh-oh.
Our town is under attack.
Yeah, this is just too much information, dude. I don't know what to make here. There's scouts and there's wind riders. Tons of upgrades in this game. Alright. Well, I've lost this. Okay. First survival chaos game. We learned some things, I guess. So far I learned that I don't know how the game works. Let's see on YouTube. Survival Chaos Guide. Is there a guide? Ultimate Guide to Survival Chaos.
Live another day.
Okay.
Then you need to purchase the game, and I believe the game costs around €20. And keep in mind, they made us some custom games.
Okay.
This game we got human, and the first thing I want to do is I want to decrease the zoom. So I hit set zoom 6 or 7. Sorry, 7.
Okay.
And then we have the bonus building up here, where you can have an increased hero,
Increased hero.
anti-magic damage, anti-heavy creeps, anti-air, late game push, magic
So there seems to be a lot of details in that game, right?
damage, mid-game push, anti-buff, base defense or magic, and increased mana. A race that has good heroes. And then we have silence. This can be used very sneaky. And strength in the lanes, as you can only put resources for the lanes.
Okay, I imagine there's quite a bit of information in this video, but it's not like explaining the basics at the start. And it's very long, so we don't have time to watch all of that right now. But maybe a game that can be interesting in the future. One of many games now on War 3 Champions. How many people do we have in queue right now? So there's Survival Chaos and Survival Chaos OZ. Two different versions, apparently. Okay. Is this the ice version? Nope, not ice. Just played Direct Strike. Dude, I played so much Direct Strike in the last couple of weeks. I'm not fed up with it, but I don't have the itch right now. I don't have that much of an itch. So... all right, lots of things on War 3 Champions. Pretty interesting, So I wanted to do my balance feedback video in 30 minutes, but now might be a better time. But I said 30 minutes in the description. I guess I should stick with in 30 minutes. Was Comic Cola streaming? Well, he's streaming Survival Chaos. So now we have a lot of auto battlers on War 3 Champions. Seems like they are pretty popular right now. Let's take a look at the ladder. Who do we have playing in the ladder right now? Bizarre against the Muslim. Interesting. Of course, at the moment, the big pro players, for the most part, are playing on KK platform. Because on KK platform, there's a lot of prize money available. Also, for finishing well in the KK season, you get prize money. Yeah, let's check out one game of the Muslim. I haven't seen him in quite a while. Oh. Here we go. Is he also playing pally rifles, I wonder? He is normally an old school player. So I wouldn't expect it usually. Wait, let me just do this here real quick. Also haven't seen Bazaar in a while. Alright. So, what do we got here? Autumn Leaves is the map. The Muslim versus Bazaar. Bazaar getting undead. Okay. This is a show match? No, this is just a ladder game. He's practicing off stream, so that means he must be enjoying it. Oh, really? DK Ghoul opening. Normally from humans in the pro competition, of course, we see expansion play basically all the time. When the Muslim was playing more competitively still, more actively, this was around the launch of Reforged, he was also playing fairly standard. He had some really close games against Happy. I don't know if you guys remember this, but indeed he did. I think he was never quite able to beat him, but he got close many times. So DK Ghoul opening, I would say not the best. Oh! Almost losing a Ghoul against human. Especially if you're trying to counter-expand. Normally DK Ghoul is not that good. The Muslim quit because Undead was busted and he hated X-Lord. Really? Okay.
Player's forces are under attack.
I wonder if he's gonna try out pally rifles as well. Of course, we all know pally rifles is very, very popular at the moment. And quite strong, isn't it, boys? Looking quite strong indeed. Expansion here can be set up by the Muslim. Not the easiest creep route on Autumn Leaves, oftentimes for human. As you can see, he's no level 3 yet. Normally would love to have that. Bazaar playing aggressively one base, so he's not counter-expanding. Bringing in ghouls and DK. The timing is good here for Bazaar. He can try to kill peasants. He can also try to cancel the Town Hall. Ooh, he's just clicking on the Town Hall. Oh, wow. Almost no undead ever does this. But Demu has enough to start the Town Hall anew. Good delay by Bazaar, though. Normally, a Destroyer Rush is what Undeads will be looking for most of the time. And yeah, this is a bit annoying for sure. Town Hall, quite delayed, but the Arcane Tower is about to be up. Maybe one more peasant kill with the coil. Alright, got that one. Deacon now very hurt though. If the Archmage could get level 3 here, a counter-attack could be very strong. Especially with how low HP the Death Knight is right now. Got a lot of footies over here. Arcane Tower in the main base, probably unnecessary. Oh, the Muslim's tech is going to be very late, by the way. Alright, and now time for level 3 aggression. No slaughterhouse yet. I think he's trying to make it right now, but here comes the human. Oh, and there's an entrance to the back of the base. Acolyte kills here would be wonderful to come by. Oh, and the tech has to be cancelled.
When is the next B-Cup?
Thank you, i3rom, with the resub. The time for the next B-Cup hasn't been announced, as far as I know. But there is the M-Cup starting next week. M-Cup starting with a fun mode. Fun tournament rules. Where players have to play Tavern Heroes first. It's going to be kind of interesting. Demu now on the way to tier 2. It's pretty hard to not call him the Muslim anymore. He rebranded himself to Demu. Demu. No second tier here for quite a while. Man, but Bizarre still not going tier 3. Oh, he's counter-expanding. Oh, that's rare to see. Normally, Undeads always try to rush tier 3, of course, where they have so many big upgrades. Orb, Destroyers, Frenzy Ghouls. But right now the Ghouls aren't Frenzy yet, and so they're not really that scary yet. Ooh, Archmage, maybe he is starting to be a bit afraid. Eating that coil.
A player's forces are under attack. The town is under siege.
But it looks like the expansion is going to be undetected. Although now that Demu saw no tech, this is where he should be getting a bit suspicious. Tier 2 now done. We can go for a second hero. MK it is. Tier 3 rush right away. All looking quite fine, I would say. As long as the Archmage doesn't die, Demu should be in a good spot. And keeping his first hero safe for the time being. Wants to get back to the shop. Get some healing in. But Bizarre has managed to get a tier 2 expo running. This is very rare to see against humans. Kinda cool. And now on the way to tier 3, finally getting statues. Soon. Oh, Lich wants the kill. Got him. Lich with amazing items, by the way. Holy. Double barracks, workshop, and sanctum. Double racks, double workshop, of course, we see all the time for night gyros. Night gyros always the go-to for humans against undead. Especially good against the Fiend Destroyer army.
The player's forces are under attack.
I think Demo hasn't figured out that there's an expansion yet. At some point, though, he is surely going to get suspicious. Bizarre's army here, very small for a long time. He's even struggling with creeping. But will receive upgrades pretty fast, with more fiends, statues, and destroyers, perhaps also banshees. The undead army will get stronger quite fast. We're seeing priests. Oh wow, that's basically never played on the top level against undead. There was a short time when Sok was trying to experiment with priests and inner fire, but that just ended up being mana for destroyers most of the time.
A player's forces are under attack.
Demo quickly going into upkeep. Third hero, Pally, is joining. Getting some breakers as well. At the moment, Demo's army not that impressive yet, but more knights and more gyros will change that equation. But Bizarre getting good experience here. Level 4 DK, level 3 Lich, that's quite nice. Dark Ranger close to level 2. Big item for the DK, Health Stone. Always good.
Player's forces are under attack.
Game slowing down here a bit, and Bizarre is now playing the late game Banshee transition. Of course, we all know Banshee, Possession, very good against Knights. But it takes a while to get to. 2 towers here securing this expansion. Same on the human side. Level 2 Pally, MK close to 3. Cloak of Flames is okay. I would say this isn't really the best item in the late game. When the armies have become this big. The Muslim here with... God damn it, Demo! Demo with a chance here to win the game perhaps right now. Big supply lead with which he's attacking. And Bizarre does not have his Banshee tech yet. Doesn't even have Frenzy Ghouls. Oh my. Upgrading it right now. TPing home to the Expo. Oh, I'm just going to trigger a counter TP out. Alright. Game certainly not over yet. But Demo seems to have a big supply lead. Also was able to take a look at the enemy army. Can try to now adjust. Make the proper counter force. Adept Priests. So far. No Master Training. No Inner Fire. And no Destroyers yet either. Oh, Bizarre doesn't even have Destroyer form upgrade. Just going for the Banshee Fiends. Banshee Fiend statue, of course, also really good. Does beat Knight Gyros normally, if there's no mortar teams. Why is Demu preferable to the Muslim? I imagine... I'm not sure why he decided this, but he probably kept on getting questions about, you know, being Muslim and Islam and stuff. And probably some people assume that he has a negative view, perhaps. I heard back in the day that he got inspired by Muhammad Ali, who became a Muslim, right? But having a religious reference in your name is always going to invite weird questions. That's just me guessing, though. I'm not sure if that is the real reason. But whatever the reason is, he prefers Demu now, so I will gladly call him Demu. The Banshee tech still not really ready. We haven't seen any possessions yet. Master training is only done now. And the Banshees need a bit more mana for the possess. It's 250. Dark Ranger. Ooh, almost dead. Healthstone though. Good pass. Saves that just barely. Now we have one possession ready. Pearl Nova takes out a knight. And Demu still, all the time, holding on to a real supply lead. 4-3-3 levels looking really good there. Oh, Lich! Ooh, Invo Potion. Bizarre doing pretty well, saving his heroes here just in time. Ooh, but if the Death Knight falls, that would be trouble. DK getting Storm Bolted, trying to run away. He's got 11 bonus strength. Oh, he runs back! Oh, he runs back to the Knights. He could have gotten away if he had run in a straight line. Ali also very low, but with the staff. He's saved. One Knight stolen, but no more. And Demu here seems to have a commanding lead. Could even go for a third base now. Can you explain why not Dreadlord third for Carrion Swarm? That's because the third hero obviously comes late into the game. Normally, your third hero needs to be decent and helpful already on level 1 and 2. If the Dreadlord could spawn right away with level 3, he would be amazing. Starting on level 3, the Dreadlord gets really good. And level 5, of course, is insane. The problem is, on level 1 and 2, Dreadlord is pretty weak. Unlike the Dark Ranger, unlike the Pit Lord, unlike the Crypt Lord. They're all good on level 1 and 2 already. It's a question of tempo. And the Dreadlord just takes too long to fully come online. And also, most of the time, costs more mana than you can sustain.
A player's forces are under attack.
Is this Demu from StarCraft 2? Yes, indeed. He used to play StarCraft 2. Nowadays, actually, he's playing mostly Age of Empires 4. But over the last couple of days or maybe weeks, he's also been playing a little bit of Warcraft 3 again. Crazy strong upgrades on the Knights here. 3-2 about to finish. But honestly, with a Banshee army, Bazaar has a chance of beating this army. There's no counter to Banshees. None. No mortar teams, no rifles, just Knights that could be stolen. As the DK has finally returned. Bazaar's level's also pretty good. 4-3-3. Indeed, a lot of Banshees.
A player's forces are under attack.
Banshees and A-bombs. The next one's going to be cancelled, but oh, now. What about those Banshees? What about those possessions? Let's see. 1 possession, 2 possessions, 3 possessions. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Oh, 3 Knights stolen. That's a great start. 4 Knights stolen. Oh, shit. Oh, Demu. Demu doesn't know how dangerous those Banshees are. TP's away, having lost 4 of his Knights. And there's still more Banshees. Uh-oh. Demo has to rebuild army quick. The good thing is he's got lots of gold. Yeah, that's why you need mortar teams. And more staffs. He only had one staff so far. So 2 big mistakes by Demo this game. Not making mortars and not having enough staffs, despite so much gold. And all of a sudden, it seemed like Bazaar was losing this whole game, but now he's perhaps in a winning position. Up in supply by about 10. Gyro's not really being helpful. I guess they got landmines now, but that's not really good damage. Ooh, Pally! Ooh, almost going down. Doesn't have Divine Shield. That's a bit greedy. Saved with the staff, but now he's out of the fight for a long time. Knights aren't even fighting with Bazaar's army. This is the downside of going priests, by the way. Of course, priest heal is nice, but the thing is, you have fewer knights to have damage against Crypt Fiends, you have fewer mortar teams to have damage against Banshees, and you have fewer gyros if you need them. So, priests take up supply that doesn't end up in damage. Although he only has 2 priests, so it's not much supply. Quite the long game over here. There's still a knight off to the side that Bizarre is forgetting about. Oh, there we go. Bringing it now. 5 knights on the undead against 5 knights, 6 knights on the human side. But of course, the human has the superior upgrades. As mentioned earlier, very strong upgrades with 3-2. The undead knights, don't take those over. They are on 0-0. A-bombs, 0-0. Fiends, 2-0. Oh, Demo still doesn't have more staffs. Human has lots of ways to counter Banshee possession, but you have to be very on point. With Stormbolt, Staff, and Mortar Team Focus Fire, you can counter Banshees with good micro. But yeah, Demo not respecting so far that multi-staff play. Oh, Bizarre is building a giant army. Is it more A-bombs? No, more statues. Oh, he's gonna go into a destroyer switch now. Now that there's only very few gyros left. And Demo has expanded again. Bizarre also going for the 3rd base. Alright, here we go. Not any Banshees left, really. Well, there's 3, but not enough mana for the Possess. Possess. But yeah, we got some destroyers now. And more statues coming from the main base. But these knights are looking strong now. They're looking real strong. Destroyers absorbing more mana. More statues being morphed. 1 destroyer goes down. DK level 5 from taking out the Water Elemental. Disease Cloud here is also doing good work against the knights and against everything in the human army. But I think Demo is coming out on top here. He has retaken the supply lead once again. Relying on strong upgrades, strong heroes, and a good mix of army. I would say he still is a bit too low on mortar teams, but didn't get punished this time. The decision to go into destroyers, perhaps the wrong one. Seems like the wrong one for sure. And looks like Demo is closing this out. GG! Demo wins against Bizarre. This was, of course, just a ladder game. But a pretty good one. Going back and forth here. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, and the timing is perfect. It's 2 p.m., so we can start with my balance patch suggestions in a moment. In a moment. Okay. The Grilled Shrimp Cup is going to be happening at 3 p.m. So that's 1 hour from now. I think 1 hour should be enough. Probably for my balance patch suggestions. Okay, well, I'm just going to go to the toilet real quick. I'm going to run an ad real quick as well, so we have that out of the way. And then when I come back, it's time for the balance patch suggestions from yours truly. Wait a minute. Alrighty, here we go. Let's do it. Time for Remo's balance whining. No whining. I'm going to do this in a very calm, hopefully, and considerate manner. To be honest, my balance patch suggestions are almost not concerning any balance issues. I don't think there's many balance issues in the game right now at all. Just a handful. But I still have lots of suggestions to mainly encourage a more interesting and healthy game. And I'm going to get into it here in a moment. Of course, Pally Rifles is going to be one of the things I'm going to talk about because, obviously, that strat is pretty crazy at the moment. Little bit too good, if we're honest. But it's just a small part of my suggestions. All right, I had a link here as well that I wanted to show real quick. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I think I'm ready to go. Thank you very much. KB with the resub. All right. By the way, when I do this, I'm going to have to close the chat because otherwise I'm going to get distracted too much. This is going to be me doing a monologue and explaining why I would like to see certain changes. And that's going to take, I don't know, how long is it going to take? Maybe like 30 minutes. I'm not sure. We'll see. We'll see. I'm going to be improvising here, most of it. But yeah, I'm going to close chat now because otherwise you guys will distract me. And the balance whining might reach crazy levels, although hopefully not. Okay. yeah, the suggestions. I can link already in the chat. This is my Google Doc for my balance patch suggestions. And now I think we can start. Yo everybody, it's me Remo again doing a balance patch suggestion video / document. I made a document here on Google Docs to suggest what I think would be good balance changes to make for the next upcoming balance patch. Now, before you ask, do I know something? Is there a balance patch coming? Is Blizzard planning something? I don't know, truly. I don't. I have no clue what their intentions are at the moment. But in the past, we had some balance patches, so my hope is that we're going to see some more in the future, and for that, I would like to make suggestions. Right now, we are on patch 2.0.1 to timestamp this in the video. March 2025. Today is March 4th, 2025. So, I have a couple of goals with my suggestions for this patch, as I have outlined here. First, and most importantly, I would like to see the game move into a more dynamic state with more resources, more expansions. Especially those two things. More expansions and more resources, I think, makes the game better basically every single time. That would be move away from the meta that we see quite a bit in many matchups. Of course, in other matchups, very much, we see lots of expansion play already. Human versus Night Elf, Human versus Undead, we see expos all the time. Undead versus Night Elf as well. But in some others, we don't. I feel like it's a shame that very often we are stuck on one base, stuck on tier 2, and we don't get to see the full beauty of Warcraft 3, of what it can offer. I'm going to illustrate that here shortly with a little blast from the past, looking at a video from old matches, old meta. And then obviously, this is what every balance patch has to do. You want to buff the things that are too weak so they become playable, and you want to nerf the things that are too strong to bring them down to size where they belong with everything else. But honestly, this is very few things are about this for me in the patch, because I feel like not many things are OP. Some things are. Pally rifles, of course. And a couple of smaller ones, other ones. And then quite a few things are very weak, and we see them not being played at all. There are some units, and also quite a few heroes and abilities. Especially hero abilities fall into this. I'm focusing mostly on hero abilities here to make them better with the ones that are weak, to make those abilities more viable, and those heroes hopefully more viable. I'm not trying to make every unplayable unit playable. That would be too much. Also, with the intentions I have for this patch, that would be too many unknown factors. Too much chaos. Too many changes, I would say. I love many changes, but that would be too many. For example, the Necromancer is a very weak unit right now. I have some ideas of how to make him better and more playable, but I didn't include him here because it would be too much. But yeah, this is kind of the easy part of the patch, I would say. Buffing the weak things and nerfing the strong things, but my main concern is this. Now, I've talked with some people in the past at Raraland, for example, and also privately on Discord, and know that not everyone seems to agree with this. I strongly feel that expansion play makes the game way more interesting. In Undead vs. Human, we've seen it for a long time. In Human Mirror, we see it as well. When there's expo play, when there's tier 3, it gets much more interesting. It's much more dynamic. When both players are just on one base, most of the time, attacking the opponent's base doesn't do anything. Looking for aggression doesn't really do anything. If you attack into his base, you're going to be at a deficit. He's going to have home turf advantage. He's going to have shop advantage and so many things, faster reinforcements. So attacking oftentimes doesn't seem to be worth it. But if there's expansions involved, there's always a way to punish your opponent for weaknesses, to exploit holes in their defense. And of course, the same goes the other way. If you can expand with a very crisp build and beautiful defense, you can punish their attacks if you do it perfectly. So there's a lot of push and pull, a lot of dynamic back and forth in expansion play. Now, I want to illustrate this with one, I think, very clear example. Undead versus Human is the best example that we ever have seen in the meta. Look at Neo and me there. This was 4 years ago. Looking pretty chubby there. Seems like back then my diet wasn't going so well, huh? This is a game from 4 years ago, ESL Open Cup, Happy versus Hawk. So this is old meta. This is before we started seeing expansion play all the time. And what we saw was humans going for fast expansion, right? And then, wait, did he GG already? Yeah, I think the first map was instantly over for some reason. Okay. Okay, first map doesn't count, but second map. Trust me. So, human expands. I'm going to skip forward here quite a bit. Expands, tier 3, pushing a bit. But here's the point. Undead back then could not expand. They couldn't expand themselves. That forced the game into a very binary situation. Since Undead cannot counter-expand, they have to push the human and kill them sooner rather than later, and that's how they win. You go for the attack. If you win, great, you win the game. If the attack fails, you lose, and you lose the game. The games were insanely predictable, very boring, very, very binary. Here's that timing. Tier 3, Pit Lord, Destroyers, and you push the expansion. And this is it. This is basically what all the game comes down to. How long is this? This is 10 minutes 50 into the game. All right, and this is exactly here is plus minus 2 minutes. This is where the game is decided every time. Very repetitive. We saw this again and again and again. Pretty stressful moment for the human. You have to push back the undead, but if you can survive, get that gold from the expo, build, more army. If you manage not to die, then guess what? You're going to win. Since Happy is a great player, he's going to be able to hold out here and survive longer than most other undeads would be able to. But now the writing seems to be on the wall. Happy's pushed back. Hog is making money. He's making army. He's even getting some levels. Skip. And this is basically GG. Since this is Happy, and he is better than Hawk in almost every way, he might be able to win this game, but in a normal game with even adversaries, this game is over now. And I think Hawk is going to end up winning here. Pretty sure. Happy's going to drag it out, but Hawk is going to win in the end. And again, because Happy is Happy, he's able to hold on here, but the game is basically over. Hawk at 80 supply. Making breakers here, that's probably a mistake. For example, breakers very low damage. Knights normally just simply much better. And again, Happy is holding on well because he's Happy, but he is going to lose. GG called finally. Happy indeed able to prolong this longer than is normal, but does lose it. So, and then the third map. And guess what it is? It's going to be the same thing again. Hog is going to expand. Going to get his tech up. Going to build. Going to macro. And Happy, as the undead, because back then you couldn't counter-expand, he's going to go all in. He's going to go all in. It's the same thing again. Again and again and again. And we used to see this for years. We used to see this for years and years and years. And games always look the same. Always the same. Always the same. Tier 3, Pit Lord, Fire, Rain of Fire push, Destroyers, Fiend, Web, and you either kill the human right here, he kills expansion, you win, or the human survives and the human wins. In this case, I think Happy ends up winning. So you see, it's basically the same game, but this time things went better for Happy. This time, he is hitting a timing here before Hawk is ready. Hawk has lots of gold, but no time yet to spend the gold. He breaks the expansion, and boom, game's over. So this is how the game used to be. This was the exact formula that Undead versus Human was on rails. It went like this exactly for like 5-6 years. Every game. It was so boring. And now, this is my point. Things got a lot more interesting at some point. This game is from roughly 1 year ago, early in 2024. This was a big game that you might remember. Bet Boom 1 Grand Final Happy versus Fortitude. Now, what was different? What was different on this patch? What is different in this kind of a game? Map number 1. Happy plays a DK Ghoul opening. This is different already from in the past where it was Ted Fiends. Happy here is going to play aggressive and is indeed going to try to break the human expansion. Doesn't work. Okay, this looks pretty similar. But then, what are we going to get here? All of a sudden, and here is the big difference. All of a sudden, we get a Lich first, fast expansion. Oh, Happy is not going all in anymore. He doesn't have to win or lose the game at exactly 11 minutes every time, every single game, like it is set in stone. No, there's options. There's options in a strategy game. You can go for a counter expansion, both get up to 2 bases, and all of a sudden, we get options, and we get decisions, and we get back and forth improvisation, tactical play, nuance. Isn't that cool? Isn't that nice for a strategy game? In this game specifically, both get the expo up pretty easily. Of course, back then a different meta. Back then, MK, less good in the early game, better in the late game. Nowadays, of course, it's more about Archmage. But we still have a similar meta, where both can expand. And then, once we get to tier 3, remember my point, I want to see more expansions, I want to see more tier 3. We're going to have to skip ahead a little bit here. And once we get to tier 3, things are going to be crazy. We get 3 heroes on both sides. We're going to get big armies. It's going to be going up in supply, 70, 80 supply. With all those resources also from both your bases, you can afford to go for tech. Also, since you have 2 bases secure with towers and shop perhaps, you have some time to go for tech. The big problem with 1 base play is everything, timing-wise, is so crisp because you always have to be as strong as you can, basically, to push back the opponent, fight for creeps, and so on. Once we get to 2 bases on each side, there's a lot more leniency to gather resources, spend resources, and take your time. Games are, of course, also naturally longer. And here we have Night Fiends. We saw that before, right? That's pretty standard. Happy even here ends up losing the DK, going for the Tavern res. But all of a sudden, the game slows down a bit. Both have had some creeps. Both have had some level ups. Both have their expansions. And there's no urgent need to finish the game right now, right now, right now, right now. There's no need. There's time. There's time. There's room. There is space to innovate and to strategize. And if I remember right, this game is going to go pretty long. And they're fighting on the map. They are forcing some TPs. They're getting some kills. Happy seems to be pretty far down in supply. I thought this was coming sooner. And what is this? What is this? Happy is going Necromancers. That's right. He's going for an improvised strategy that we basically never see because Happy has the time to try to include them. Now, in this case, unfortunately, Necromancers are pretty shit. That's not Happy's fault. That's the Necromancer's fault. And maybe Blizzard's fault. But the point here is, since we're on 2 bases each, there's room for both players to play a game that's not on rails. Play a game that's not 100% predictable. Play surprising strategies, innovate in their own right, and make smart adjustments to the opponent. And there is variance the right word? More variance in the game? Not really. There are more factors to consider. It's not as straightforward and simple as a 1 base versus 1 base game or a 1 base versus 2 base game. And here, the beautiful flower of strategic adjustment can be attempted. And when you have 2 base versus 2 base play, it might be that we see Necros. It might be that we see Mortar teams. It might be that we see Triple Hero, Griffin, all that stuff. All the options, all the strats are a possibility when you have expansions. When you don't have expansions, it shrinks down the diversity of play immensely. That is my big point. I'm sorry I took so long to explain this, but I think it's really important. This is my major focus for this entire patch. More expansion play and more tier 3 play. Of course, this cannot just work for undead and human. It has to work for everyone. And that is going to be a little bit difficult to realize, but I think my suggestions here will help in making that happen. We all know that especially human and undead are very good at fast expanding already. After that, Night Elf is kind of okay at fast expo, not amazing. And especially Orc have very tough time with it. So if we want to make fast expo more viable and more approachable, which I think is the best thing we can do for all of Warcraft 3 and the meta, then some adjustments would be necessary. And this is the biggest 2 changes that I think would lead into that direction. The biggest reason why fast expansion can be not viable and can be destroyed as an opening strategy is because the opponent can go aggressively all in against you on tier 2, right? Let's take human as an example, because human is a good benchmark to go by. Human can expand basically every single time, at least against Night Elf and Undead, they certainly can. Against Orc, though, it's hard. Why is it hard against Orc? Because Orc gets very, very strong on tier 2. You get a TC or maybe even a Fire Lord if you want to be really aggressive. You go double Bestiary, you go Mass Raiders, and you punish the human for investing into economy early game. Then they have low tempo in the mid game, and then you punish them with tier 2 aggression, especially with second hero and tier 2 units. So, the most important change out of all of these patch notes, I think, is to increase the tech duration for tier 2. Right now, the tech takes 140 seconds to finish. I think this should be increased by 25 seconds, to 165. This means the fast expanding player will have 25 more seconds, which is valuable time, to secure the expo, to get into a better spot against possible aggression that is coming his way. Secondly, I think the tier 3 tech should be reduced in time by 20 seconds. That way, we don't have a much longer tech window to tier 3. So in theory, if you went tier 2 into tier 3, the tech time for that would still be almost the same, but for that, the time it takes to reach tier 3 has to be reduced. Now, I understand that this doesn't make 100% sense thematically, right? Because if you want to go from Stone Age tech to Middle Age tech, it seems like that should be an easier step than going from Middle Age tech to High Age tech, tier 3. So it seems weird that the first step takes longer than the second. But for balance reasons and for enjoyment meta reasons,
I enjoy what you're doing here.
I think this would be way, way better. Thank you, General Walrus, with the resub. And of course, so this step would 1,000,000% help with making fast expansion more viable across the board, because there's going to be less aggressive potential available for the attacker, right? It's just obvious. And then, what is the other point that I really tried to emphasize early on? The more tier 3 we have, the more diverse and interesting Warcraft 3 gets. So, this helps expansion, this helps tier 3. These two steps together make Warcraft a better competitive game, in my opinion. And then a minor thing, this isn't really crucially important, but I think it would be a nice change to have, is to make one orange or red camp respawn at 16 minutes game time. That is 40 seconds after daybreak, and this would repeat every 4 minutes. The reason for this is, very often, especially on small maps, we see both players creeping, maybe a bit of fighting, and then a bit of creeping again, and then the map's empty. We're 18 minutes into the game, no creep camps left, nothing left to do. What do? It's kind of boring. Creep camps are really cool soft objectives in Warcraft 3. That means they help you with winning, they are objectives, but they aren't necessary. You can win without creeping even. Although that will be hard. But it's not like you have to win the majority of the creep camps to win. So these are soft objectives. They are very interesting tactically. You can use them to your advantage. You can try to punish your opponent with them. And yeah, so I think it would be neat to have. There's also something that Dota has, for example. They also have creep camps. If they're killed, they will respawn. Of course, it's a MOBA. There you are farming all the time and you're killing them in 2 seconds. So there they respawn all the time. In Warcraft 3, I think it would be cool if we had some bigger creep camps respawning, orange or red. This could be on a random rotation basis, but only rarely, right? We don't want to have all camps respawning all the time. And so I would say every day-night cycle change, one creep camp respawning, I think would be cool. Day-night cycle is 4 minutes, 4 minutes daytime, 4 minutes nighttime. So I think if at the daybreak or nightfall, the creep camp, one creep camp respawn, it would be cool. And you would also have a very clear indicator, because you either hear the rooster cooing or the wolf howling, and then you know, okay, now the creep camp has respawned. However, I think if a creep camp just randomly respawns and you don't know which one it is, that would also be very RNG and very luck dependent. It would be stupid. Imagine if you're on Tidehunters, right? The whole map is crept, and you're just kind of sitting in your base, you know, okay, daytime is coming, one camp is going to respawn, and you're sitting at your lab, and he's sitting at his lab, and then his lab respawns. And then what does that mean? He's lucky, you're unlucky. That is doesn't feel good. That seems very Yeah, very unfair. So I think 40 seconds before daybreak or nightfall, there should be, from the game AI or whatever, 2 or 3 pings on your minimap to let you know where the camp is respawning. And then, you know, okay, if I want to get this camp, I can go there, and I might have to fight my opponent, right? It's going to be objectives again, forcing conflict and forcing interaction. Or you could even use it in another tactical way and use it as distraction. You're like, okay, this camp is respawning. It's close to his base or his expansion. He's probably going to try to creep it. I could try to use at that time a Zeppelin drop or something else. Go in with the Invis Panda, fry his worker, something like that. So there's different ways you could use this. I think this would be a really cool addition to have that camp respawn. Now, there's some niche cases where this can be difficult to implement. What if your army is standing on top of the creep camp? What happens then? The creep camp spawns in and the creep camp is dead, or you are dead? Or how does that work? I don't know how exactly it would work in detail, but one solution could be to do it the way it is in Dota. In Dota, there is a little box around the creep camp, and if there's anything inside the box, when it spawns, it doesn't spawn. So the camp only respawns if nobody is there in a small area. That would be one way to do it. But yeah, this would, I think, be an interesting tactical addition to Warcraft 3. But this is a minor thing only. This is not very important. I think this is what really would make the game a lot better. Now, I've talked a lot about expansions and about Tier 3. And the biggest question here will be, well, how are we going to be able to make all races viable with Fast Expo? Because at the moment, it's not the case, especially for Orc. And yeah, this is what many of the changes are going to be about. So this was just general. And now let's get into the nitty-gritty, starting with Human. So Human is going to need the least help to play Fast Expansion because Human can Fast Expand basically all the time already. Their power builds are very strong. They get their expansion up way faster than anyone else. Of course, there's also some weaknesses because the peasants can be hurt when they're building, but with good micro, and especially with Militia Call, which is so strong for Human, they are by far the best, by far, at fast expanding. Even Undead, who's really good these days at Fast Expo, still, in an even game, will lose out on the Expo play efficiency in the early game. But I think they should still get a little bit of a defensive help to set up the expansions, because other races will also get help in my suggestions here. So decreasing the Arcane Tower build time would make sense, I think. 50 seconds for an Arcane Tower to build is a very long time. I think that could be reduced down to 40. Of course, in the green here are the buffs that I'm suggesting. In the red are the nerfs. I imagine you guys are smart. You figure that out without me mentioning. Yeah. Now, as I said, most of my changes are going to be relating to either things that are too weak or about expansion play, but some are also nerfs for things that are too strong. And of course, everyone knows something has to happen. Pally Rifle, it's kind of cool to see it as a viable strategy now, when for a long time it wasn't. But throughout many months and many series, it's become clear that Pally Rifles is a bit too strong. It's a bit too strong, let's be honest. It's kind of insane how once Pally Rifles gets to level 3 Pally, 50 supply, rifles, couple of upgrades, and a Blood Mage, especially when Blood Mage gets level 3 for Siphon 2, you can never win a fight anymore. You can never win a fight anymore if both are playing on the same level. And very often, Pally Rifles will also, just with a tier 2 army, beat an opponent with tier 3 and with expansion. That's how good this army is. Unbelievable, never before seen levels of power at around 50 supply. In a different meta, if it's crazy, crazy late game, like Torrent's Bloodlust, 80 supply, I don't know, Stomp, Triple Hero, then yeah, Pally Rifle is going to get rolled, probably. But right now in the meta, especially where it's all about one base, about 50, 60 supply timings, Pally Rifle's insanely strong. So I suggest 2 nerfs. First of all, increase the lumber cost. There's children screaming outside. I don't know if you're hearing this. Increase lumber cost of blacksmith from 40 to 60. Now, a couple of patches ago, this was changed the other way around. It was reduced from 60 to 40. And I remember exactly because it was Save Orcas and me talking about this, saying, hey, wouldn't it be cool if Pally Rifles was more approachable? Like build-wise, if it was easier to access build-wise, and then we would see more Pally Rifle in the meta. And we both said, yeah, man, that would be cool. That would be nice to see Pally Rifles. That would be really interesting. And that's a classic case of be careful what you wish for, because, yep, the Pally Rifles certainly arrived thanks to this buff and some other buffs, also Pally move speed, but this is the big one. This doesn't sound like much, but this is a huge deal. This means you get your Paladin and Rifles out earlier. If the Blacksmith costs 20 lumber more, you have to wait longer. You have to have peasants returning from lumber twice to get all the buildings you need. You need double farm, Blacksmith, altar, and barracks, of course, to get the Pally Rifle started. And it has become too easy. For how quickly this strat becomes so insanely strong, it is right now too easy to access. So, in retrospect, I mean, we couldn't really know this back then, but in retrospect, this was a mistake. Pally Rifles has become too easy for how strong it gets. So I think we have to revert this change back to 60 lumber for the Blacksmith. That's the first. And the second is Siphon Mana nerf. Siphon Mana right now has a cooldown of only 6 seconds. I think that should be increased to 8. Siphon Mana is the true carry of Pally Rifles. If it wasn't for Siphon Mana, at some point, it would take a long time, but at some point, the Paladin would be running out of mana, and then you can get kills. However, at the moment, he never runs out of mana, because Holy Light is only 65, and the Blood Mage can steal mana away from the opponent and give it to the Pally. Pally is insanely mana efficient with his Holy Light, and then of course you take the power, most of the time offensive power, away from your opponent and give his offensive power to your defensive power, and that's where the big asymmetry in the fight stems from. Siphon Mana is the true giga carry of Pally Rifles in the end. And the annoying thing is that in a competitive game, RTS or otherwise, there should always be play and counterplay possibilities, right? If your opponent goes for a play, there should be some way for you to counter it, punish it, and outplay your opponent. There are ways to stop Siphon, of course. You can run out of range, that's the first one, but very difficult when you're engaging into them. You can use disables, like Sleep, Impale, Stormbolt, Ensnare, Hex, Stop, many. But the big problem with Siphon is, okay, so you use a Siphon, you stop the Siphon, and then the Siphon is on cooldown for like 4 seconds. So for your ability and execution in skill to disrupt his play, to punish his play, especially if you use it in a bad way, there's almost no result. There's almost no benefit for you for punishing the play. Because the cooldown is so low, if you disrupt it, it doesn't matter much because you can start it again basically right away. That's why I think the cooldown should be increased so that if Siphon gets interrupted by the opponent, then there is a longer window where the Blood Mage can be punished for his Siphon being on cooldown. Yeah. Siphon is looking indeed busted at the moment, but one spell that almost never looks good is Flame Strike. That's why I think Flame Strike should be buffed, decrease the mana cost from 10 to from 135 to 125, so reduce it by 10. All right. The biggest balance issue recently, of course, was the Pally Rifles, as we all know, but I think there's another balance issue in the game, and I think I'm not the only one who feels that way, and that is level 2 Water Elementals. This one also concerns Human. Human is, especially in 1v1 on the top level, really getting carried hard by early game creeping. Every level up in the early game, the earlier you get it, is a huge increase in power to your hero. Every level up from 1 to 2 to 3, especially sometimes even to 4, is a big boost in power. And not just the boost in power in stats and abilities you get from the level up, but also in items, of course. You creep camps, you get items, you get levels, and boom. And that's how you get a lot stronger. Now, Human has been dominating the early game with that for a long time. Thanks to Water Elementals and Militia, they can, on basically every map, all the time, creep faster than anybody else. That isn't necessarily a problem. There's upsides and downsides to that. Militia can be punished after that when they retreat. You can punish the economy. It costs them lumber to use the Militia. They don't have easy heal salves early on, or Rod, excuse me. They don't have Ancient of War, but they are normally the least limited when it comes to early game creeping. The first 2 or 3 camps, they are extremely fast. And that's okay. To have them be very fast with the first couple of camps and get level 3, I think that's all right. But as they move out on the map, of course, Militia creeping is going to be a lot more difficult, so that's where the drawback comes into play. What is not okay, I think, is when they have the fastest level 3 creeping by anybody, by far the easiest expansion creeping by anybody, and then also with the Archmage, having one of the strongest level 3 timing push hero out of all the races. That is too much power all bundled up into one aspect of the game. The early game level 3 creep route power of Archmage is too high. The water elemental damage is too high. Right now, water elemental damage is 33 to 41. I think this should be reduced to 31 to 39. So that's roughly a 5% damage decrease, a little bit more on the water elementals. Of course, AM and footies and militia will still be as strong as ever, but I think water elementals just simply do too much damage. The power you have early on, either defensively or offensively, once you get level 3 Archmage with water elementals, is quite a bit too high compared to other races, if you ask me. And this also is in line, I would say, with my main goal of these suggestions, which is to make expansion play stronger. Because if an opponent is trying to expand, whether it's an undead or a night elf, or in a distant world, maybe an orc trying to fast expand, that damage on the water elemental is very often what is enough to push through and stop the enemy expansion. So firstly, I think level 2 water elemental is just simply too strong right now, and secondly, it is a hindrance to fast expo play across the board, which is why it should be nerfed. All right, then a couple of buffs here. Priest Dispel mana cost reduction. So this is to help Priest, especially against, to be played without Archmage. Normally, when you play Priest without Mana Aura, Brilliance Aura, they never have any mana. You can never use Dispel. It feels bad. This isn't going to make them have a lot of mana, but it's going to help a little bit to have perhaps some opportunity to play Dispel, even without Archmage. And more importantly, I was thinking about Human Mirror here. In Human Mirror, another matchup that is much more interesting if we see expansions and tier 3. If players try to go Expo in tier 3, very often they will go Knights, obviously. And the opponent, when playing Breakers against Knights, will go Sorks against the Knights. Slow, very strong against Knights. Slow, only 50 mana. Dispel 75 mana. If Dispel costs less, then Priests might be able to counter slow from the Sorceresses, which at the moment they don't really seem to be able to do. And also, I think this would be a good quality of life change for the Priests. So 2 small buffs for the Priest. The Priest heal range is actually very short. It's only 250 range, so you have to be very close to the target, which always makes Priest healing kind of awkward, kind of clunky. The big problem with Priest heal is the animation time that it takes, for how long it is to take to use. But I remember Blizzard employees telling me back then that seems to be very difficult to change. The animation speed of heal is what they told me anyways. So at least giving them some more range on the heal, I think, would help. All right, next point. Make Animal War Training available on Tier 2. This is again in line with Tier 3 play. You want to encourage more Tier 3. How can you do that? An important upgrade for Knights is Animal War Training. You could go Tier 3, trying to go for Knights. You get Animal War Training already, have it ready on Tier 3, and then boom, out comes strong Knights. And for the same reason here, I have this as well. Give Sundering Blades to Knights innately. They used to have it, then they took it away, then they nerfed it, then they gave it, then they took it away. So Sundering Blades is weaker now than it used to be. It used to be 15% bonus damage against medium, now it's 10. I think this was a mistake by Blizzard to remove this. The thought here, I think, was they felt like Knights were too strong against Fiends, so against Undead specifically, with Sundering Blades for free. But I don't think that's a problem anymore. I think this especially would Knights and Tier 3 play a lot better in Human Mirror. And I have seen more Breaker Wars than I care to admit or care to ever see again. So every step that helps Human Mirror to go Tier 3 and go Knights, I wholeheartedly welcome. And I don't buy that this is a balance concern. Knights basically only ever are relevant against Fiends, and Undead can always expand these days, so you can play different armies. Banshees are a strong counter. You can also try to go Ghouls, A-bombs maybe, Necros perhaps even. So it's not like Fiends will be dominated all the time and Undeads can do nothing about it. So I think giving Sundering Blades innately would be very good indeed. Again, it's about Tier 3, Expo and Tier 3. And in line with that, increase Orb of Fire damage from +5 to +8. Orb of Fire has also gone through a lot of different versions. It used to be +5, then it gave healing reduction. Of course, it still does. It used to be +10 for a while. That seemed a bit OP. Then it went from plus 10 to plus 7, and plus 7 was okay. And then Blizzard said, you know what, plus 7 is too much. We're going to go down to plus 5 again. And now nobody plays it again. Why, Blizzard? Why? At plus 7, nobody played it already. The thing about the Orb of Fire effect is it can be really good in certain matchups, especially against Undead, against Coil. The healing reaction is great, but in many other matchups, it doesn't really do anything. You kind of want A-click, you don't target properly against Holy Light or Rejuve. It doesn't really seem to matter most of the time. But you know what always helps? What always helps is more damage. So please increase damage from plus 5 to plus 8 would make it probably a pretty good orb to buy. Of course, also cheaper than the other orbs, which I think is fair because the effect is a lot more niche and mostly worse than the other orbs. And of course, again, it will encourage more tier 3 play, which I will keep bringing up all the time. Oh wait, this should be red actually. This is a nerf. Make it so that control magic destroys wards, heal wards, sets a trap, sentry wards instead of stealing them. So this is me looking ahead into the future. Right now, this doesn't matter at all. Nobody plays Witch Doctors against human. This basically is never any concern, but this is for the future. If we go and move into the future where 2-base is a norm and tier 3 versus tier 3 is a norm, which I think would be just glorious, then Orc would have a reason, with more time to tech, with more units to explore, to go Witch Doctors and to play wards. Right now, it is hilarious how insanely bad Witch Doctors are against human, because control magic can steal those wards away. So you say you're in a fight, use a heal ward, you try to heal your Taurens with the heal ward, and the breakers steal it, and all of a sudden, all the healing is on the other side. Of course, it can be dispelled as well, but that costs mana. Orc doesn't have much dispel to begin with, so it is just crazy. However, making control magic not be able to target wards, I think would also be wrong, because they're supposed to be a dispeller if they can't dispel that, but everything else can dispel wards, right? Destroyers can dispel wards, Dryads can dispel wards, everything can dispel wards. So if they couldn't dispel wards, it would be weird. They are supposed to be dispellers after all. So I think they should still be able to dispel it, but only destroy it. If you target a ward, enemy ward, with control magic, you destroy it instead of stealing it. That doesn't 100% make sense with the fantasy of control magic, but I think balance-wise, this would be appropriate. All right, that's it for human. Next up, orcs. And you can see lots of green here. This isn't really because orc is in a terrible spot right now. Some people are saying it, that orc is weak right now. I think all those people are wrong. This is the same people that said human was bad 2 years ago because they weren't winning. But that wasn't because human was bad. That was just because top humans weren't good enough to beat the top players of other races. 40 came along and showed everyone how good human can be. So right now, orc isn't bad. It's a skill issue. The orcs are not good enough. That being said, however, this is talking about current meta. What I'm talking about here is future meta. If we are talking about fast expo meta, 2-base meta, tier 3 meta, that's where orc has never felt comfortable, has never felt at home. So I think this is where orc will need the most help to be able to play fast expo stuff. And of course, the first thing to consider is expansions when talking about fast expansions. And, well, pretty straightforward. Gold cost for Great Hall, I think, should be reduced by 25 to make it easier to build, and also make it finish faster. This is a pretty big buff here. Less gold and 15 seconds off the construction time. The problem for Orc is still, you place the expansion, you can't build tower protection. So Orc expansion might still be the easiest to cancel, but Orc can, with good movement, especially on tier 2, with raiders and such, control the map and get the expo up. And maybe even if Orc can't fast expand, they should certainly be able to tier 2 counter expand, but maybe even fast expansion is a possibility with this. The Orc players would have to experiment and find out if fast expo is going to be viable or not. But this certainly would help. All right, next point. I think Chain Lightning should be buffed in the damage. Level 1 stays the same with 85, but plus 15 damage on level 2 and plus 10 damage on level 3. So In my opinion, the biggest problem for Orc right now when expansion is involved is it's not okay. It is firstly also that the Great Hall is hard to build. It takes a long time. But I think the bigger issue is Orc is so reliant on tier 2. Your tier 2 units are a huge upgrade. Your second hero is a huge upgrade. So the meta right now is either Farseer into TC or Blade into Shadow. And both those heroes are a crucial part of your game. And you want to level them as quickly as you can. And that's a problem. If you go fast expansion, Expo before tech, you delay everything on tier 2. And this seems to be very, very problematic for Orc. So why is it hard for Orc? And why is it not so hard for other races? And I think the answer is the power and the self-reliance of the first hero. What do I mean by that? Human can fast expand because they can be stable and fairly strong with only an Archmage and Footies for a long time. Undead can fast expand, the same, because they can be stable and strong with DK and Ghouls, or Lich and Ghouls, or Cryptid and Ghouls for a long time. For Night Elf, it's a little bit harder, but they can proxy expand, so they have some safety there, and they can also have really good early tempo heroes like a Keeper, or good late game heroes, Demon Hunter. Again, hero and tier 1 units can keep you fairly strong for a long time. For Orc, it looks different, right? If you consider an Orc mid-game army, let's say you're playing Farseer first, and Grunts, or Headhunters, you just have, like, 8 minutes into the game, you have Farseer level 3 or 4, but just Grunts and Headhunters. That doesn't have the same power, it seems like, as many of the other races. And I think the problem is the Farseer. Farseer, great on level 1, great in the early game, but he doesn't have enough power to convert into the late game to warrant him to take up so much experience and focus of the Orc play. I think the Farseer needs to be stronger in the late game to be able to compete with the other races. Blade Master, of course, is a late game machine, but he's very bad in the early game, so this is also a question where the Blade Master would land in the end. But if the Farseer had more damage, his Chain Lightning would be actually pretty scary. So level 3 Chain Lightning is pretty good already, so level 5 Farseer, but you never want to rely on level 5 heroes because they are uncertain to reach. But if you go fast expo if you go first hero, fast expo, then normally you always get level 3 or level 5, level 3 or level 4, guaranteed. So giving him a little of a boost on level 3 Chain Lightning is still nice because he's still level 5 Farseer, not on the same level as level 5 Archmage or level 5 Lich or level 5 DK. This, I'm not sure if it's going to get him to the same level, probably not, but it's going to get him closer. But more importantly, I think, is the buff on level 2 Chain Lightning. Level 3 or level 4 Farseer, whenever you skill it, the level 2 Chain Lightning isn't a big increase. It's kind of nice to have. It's a nice little bit of zap burst damage, but it's not really much. This buff of 15 damage, I think, would help a lot to make the Farseer more potent, more scary in the mid-game. So after a strong early game, he can have a good mid-game to go and transition into the late game, where he might still be the weakest of the first heroes, but at least that power curve is evened out a bit. Another Farseer buff here, I think Feral Spirit mana cost should be reduced from 85 to 80. As you guys may remember, Farseer Wolves, aka Feral Spirits, used to cost 75 mana, and then Blizzard saw, wait a minute, Farseer and Headhunters are pretty good, let's nerf the Farseer. And back then I was already saying, wait. Farseer Headhunters is good, right? It seems quite very strong. But Farseer Grunts isn't a problem. Farseer Raiders isn't a problem. Why aren't we nerfing only Headhunters and leave the Farseer alone? But that seemed to be ignored, and Farseer was nerfed, and that was a mistake. Because Farseer certainly wasn't the problem. And nowadays, surprisingly, even Headhunters don't seem to be the problem. Of course, with Wolves costing less, you will, in theory, have more mana to use Chain Lightning. So this is a double small buff for the Farseer that would help him a lot, I think, to make him a viable first hero for the fast expansion meta. More viable even than before. Because right now, what do we see in the meta? Farseer is still played a lot against human. In fact, he's basically only played against human, and there he's good, but it's not like he's dominating. Against Undead, unplayable. Against Night Elf, always has been unplayable. And against Orc, also for the most part unplayable. Now, there was a little bit of exception to that. Last week, we had Focus versus Lin in the grand final of the W3C Korean qualifier. There, Focus played some Farseer, but that was like the first time in months that anybody has been playing Farseer. Right now, Farseer is fairly weak, so a couple of small buffs here should help him out. And speaking of weak, Farsight is what I'm mentioning here. Farsight is the worst ability in the entire game. Nobody ever goes Farsight unless you want to troll and BM your opponent. So I've had some ideas about Farsight, and I gotta be honest, I feel like all of my Farsight buff ideas have not been amazing. I think this one is an okay idea, but I don't think it's great. But it would make it better. It would make it a lot better, which it would need to be, because Farsight is garbage. So my suggestion is give Farsight the additional effect of dispelling the target area. Right? You can click either on the map, on the minimap, or just on the ground, and then dispel the target area for 350 damage. AoE should be the same as disenchant, probably. Maybe a bit bigger, maybe a bit smaller. That's up for debate. So that's a lot of damage against summons, and grant the Farseer 4, 8, 12 bonus intelligence for 12 seconds. So you get a dispel that sometimes you need, and you get some int, which is always nice to have. So this is a nice little package for the Farseer. It could bail you out to give you dispel if you really need it, and also int is just always good for intelligence hero. For 12 seconds, by the way, because the cooldown on Farsight is 30 seconds. So there's some question that you need to answer for yourself. When do you use it? You don't just want to spam it all the time, so there needs to be some downtime for it as well. Yeah, all right, that's it for the Farseer. And also, I would like to see the Tauren gold cost reduced. Taurens, despite many buffs over the years, are still never played because they are still pretty bad. They're still pretty bad, amazingly, still after all these years. The next thing, make Lightning Shield grant 1.5 armor to the unit that it is applied to. So the idea here, of course, also the fantasy for Orc is you run in with Speed Scroll, ideally with Bloodlust, right? This is the ultimate Orc fantasy. Rah, rah, rah. You run in, stomp, Lightning Shield, bam, you slay your opponents. You are strong, you are the Horde. Except we never see it. Lightning Shield only ever gets played sometimes against human, but when it's played, then it mostly gets dispelled, and it doesn't look good. And you damage your own units as well. It's kind of weird. But if you would have, say, for example, you run in with a TC with Lightning Shield on top, he's going to be a bit more sturdy, or grunts being sent in, perhaps with nice micro moves to flank from the side, but then they're exposed. They get a little bit more armor. We don't want to get crazy here. We don't want to go Devotion Aura +4, +6. Don't want to get crazy, but a little bit of bonus armor, I think, would help quite a bit. And the next thing that is completely useless and garbage tier is Burning Oil. Demolishers are pretty bad units already, but demos being bad is fine. We've learned from other races, Meatwagon without Disease Cloud, garbage. Glaive Throwers without Warble Blades, garbage. Mortar Teams are actually not garbage without Frag Shards, but way worse. But with tier 3, they should get good. They should get good. And Burning Oil is so terrible that it needs to get buffed heavily. So I line it out here. Full damage from 12 to 15, medium damage from 3 to 5, and duration from 2.5 to 4. So that's a couple of chunky buffs that hopefully would make this not giga trash anymore. Will it be good after that? I don't know. Maybe it's still going to be kind of weak, but this would help. Next point, decrease troll regeneration cost from 100 to 75, and increase HP regen from 1.0 to 1.2. This is intended to make Headhunters more playable again, obviously. Headhunters, same as the Farseer, only played against human right now, and there they are okay, but they are not amazing. Headhunters right now unplayable against Undead, as always unplayable against Night Elf, and also pretty much unplayable in Orc Mirror. So a slight buff to Headhunter usability. Now, we don't want to go too crazy on the Headhunters, because many of you will remember 3 years ago or so, when tier 3 triple hero Berserkers, 3 attack upgrades Kodos, Headhunters used to own everything. Interesting how times have changed, but back then it was scary. When Orc got to that point, all of a sudden, Headhunters come smashing in, and then it gets very scary for everything that gets targeted. So we don't want to boost their attack speed or their damage, or even decrease their gold cost. But we can make them a little bit more playable in the mid-game. Maybe if troll regen is a little bit cheaper and just a little bit better, then you can maybe save some heal salves, maybe with some nice micro moves, you can pull them back, heal them up, take your time, look for your options, look for your windows. And this is a careful buff that I think should move the Headhunters more into a playable state again. Third, Orb of Lightning. This is another bad orb. The Purge can be very good in rare scenarios, but not for the dispel damage, but rather for the lockdown. But it's very expensive. 375 gold is, I think, too much for the Orb of Lightning. Also, when we want to make tier 3 accessible and tier 3 upgrades worthwhile, decreasing the gold cost here, I think, makes sense. Also, I think it's nice to have almost every orb on the same gold level. Orb of Venom is 325. I think Orb of Lightning should also be 325. I think Orb of Corruption should also be 325. Orb of Fire should be cheaper, because the effect is a lot more rarely useful. And also increase Orb of Lightning Purge Dispel damage. This is always so not frustrating, but depressing to see. You get an Orb of Lightning on the Blade Master, right? You think, oh, now I have a counter to your Water Elementals. Haha, now I got it. And you hit the Water Elemental, you don't purge. You hit, you don't purge. You hit, you don't purge. You hit, no purge. 5th hit, oh, there's a purge, nice. Now the Water Elemental is dead, right? No. It only took 150 damage, so now the Water Elemental is half HP. Great, so you have to purge 2 more times to kill it. That's ridiculous. For a purge proc that is 30% chance, that purge only having 150 HP is ridiculous. This is super bad. This can be doubled easily. Most of the time on tier 3, of course, summons aren't a big problem anyways, so this might not even be too useful, but at least if you need orb to counter summons, at least make it counter summons. That is literally the effect. So please, buff. And the next point, small buff to the Shadowhunter. Shadowhunter, despite being an agility hero, only has an agi gain at the moment of 1.5. I would like to see that increase to 2 agi gain per level, of course. So, Shadowhunter is a pretty strong hero already, but what we have learned over the years is that stats and move speed are the prime indicators of what makes a good first hero. Shadowhunter has fast move speed already, so that's good. But he doesn't have the best stats. Especially the right click from the Shadowhunter is pretty weak. If he had a bit more agility gain, if he could get a few more agi points as he levels up, this might make him a better first hero. Not sure if it's going to make him viable in many matchups, but it's going to help him at least a little bit. We've seen, especially from Undead, how cool it is to have a wide array of possible first heroes. For Undead right now, every single hero is playable as a first hero. Well, Dreadlord only, very rarely, on some maps. But for Orc, it's only 2. It's been only 2 heroes playable as first hero for a long time, Farseer or Blade. Are you going to play Farseer? Then you need TC. Are you going to play Blade? Then you need Shadowhunter. But with Shadowhunter buffed, all of a sudden, there might be more options. Shadowhunter into TC could be a possibility. Shadowhunter into Pitlord was kind of a cool strat that never really took off. Could be a possibility. So this might make Shadowhunter first more viable, at least a little bit. And the last point, again, trying to buff something that is never seen and very weak, is Witch Doctors. I would like to see it if Heal Wards gave an innate weak Brilliance Aura of 0.3 mana per second. Now, I know that sounds pretty wild. Healing and mana in the same ability. I would have preferred it if the Heal Wards had a weak Brilliance Aura, so to speak, in their stasis traps. But I remember that Toxie tried to do this and tried to make a custom game with this. But apparently, if if wards go invis, because stasis traps go invis, then when they go invis, their aura disables, apparently. Yeah, but the thought here is, it seems a bit unfair sometimes that Orc is the only race that cannot make use of any easy mana regen. They have clarities, of course, but they're expensive, and they only work on heroes. Whereas Undead have statues, Human have clarities and Brilliance Aura. Night Elf have clarities and Moonwells. So lots of ways there to recover mana. I think it would be cool if the Shadowhunter, the Witch Doctor, the Doctor that heals, could also have some way of introducing some mana regeneration. And this, especially if we're moving more into a tier 3 meta, this might be very strong, but that's the good thing about numbers. You can always change numbers. If this is too much, then maybe 0.2. Although that sounds pretty weak, to be honest. That would take 5 seconds to recover 1 mana. For reference, right now, the Khadgar's Pipe of Insight, the item you can find, is 0.5. That's really good. 0.4 is probably still pretty damn good. I think a bit too good, so my assumption would be 0.3 mana per second. I would think would make sense. All right, next one. Night Elf coming up. Night Elf, as mentioned earlier, is capable of fast expanding, but it's pretty difficult at the moment. It's certainly harder for Night Elf than it is for Undead. Certainly harder for Night Elf than it is for Human. I think that is the big problem right now if we're thinking about expansion meta, the asymmetry with Expo ability for Night Elf. Sure, they can expand, but it's just a little bit too hard. A little bit too hard. So similar as for Orc, I think it should be made a bit easier by decreasing the gold cost by 20 and decreasing the build time by 10 seconds. And then Night Elf can be more in line, I think, with Expo ability compared to the other races. Of course, the big strength of Night Elf is they can proxy expand, right? They can be aggressive with their heroes, look for damage to do to the opponent, perhaps if they're expanding or if they're creeping or something like that, and distract from their side of the map where they're making the Tree of Life, and then move it over later. Sometimes when you make the tree, it takes long to finish and then to move over, to make it a bit faster by being cheaper, and to have it finish a bit quicker by having shorter production time. Night Elf would be helped with that. And now my next point, a buff that I think needs to happen super bad. I've been talking about this in my casts for, I think, at least a year. Or maybe that's over-exaggerated. At least half a year. Keeper of the Grove is garbage right now. He is so weak. Keeper was nerfed a bunch of times, and now he is way too weak. He used to always be amazing against Orc. Even against Orc, Night Elves aren't even playing Keeper anymore. Against Undead, he's a joke. Keeper does absolutely nothing. And even against Human, where for a long time he was a strong choice in expansion play, harass play, even there Keeper has become way too weak. Keeper is a shadow of his former self and complete garbage. Keeper needs big buffs. Honestly, I'm not sure if this is enough of a buff. This might be not enough for the Keeper, but as you'll see later on, his friend the Alchemist is also going to get buff suggestion from me, so we don't want to overdo it. Also, expansion play is good for Keeper, so if we see more expos again, that's going to indirectly make the Keeper better, but the Keeper himself also needs some help. So I think he needs just straight up baseline, one more int, more mana, more damage he needs, and I think he also needs more intelligence gain from 2.7 to 3.0. This would mean Keeper level 1 has more int than before, and Keeper level 2 has 2 more int than before. And then he's going to stay on +2 compared to before, basically for the rest. So this essentially is a 2 intelligence Keeper buff. That will certainly help him a good amount. I'm not 100% sure that it's enough. He might still be too weak. I think if he's still too weak, we have to also reduce mana cost of Force of Nature by a little bit. But this might make him good enough. And then, next up, my hero where I suggest the most changes. The Priestess of the Moon. She is one of the most boring heroes in the game. She has an aura that gives damage. She has an orb that gives damage. And she has a summon that can look around. I don't know who designed the Priestess of the Moon back then at Blizzard, but I imagine they didn't get a raise that year, because that is the most boring hero we have in the entire game, and it's not even close. However, I wouldn't suggest making huge changes to how the spells work, or removing spells and adding new spells, because I think that, first of all, I'm not very creative, so I'm not very good at making those creative changes. I think I'm much better at seeing what's too good and what's too bad, and then dialing the numbers. So I'm suggesting to at least dial the numbers. At least, if she's so boring, at least make her good. Because she is worse than the Keeper. She is ultra garbage tier. She is absolutely unplayable against Human and Undead, because she's just got almost nothing to offer. Against Night Elf, for a short while we saw her being playable with Hunts against Demon Hunter, but also on the top level. Even there, in her one niche matchup, she's not playable anymore. There's one rare scenario against Orc where you can play Podem if you go Keeper, Alchemist, and then Podem third, just to have some more damage for your ranged army. So basically, just an aura bot. Boring. So, we want to make the Podem more interesting. So, first of all, Searing Arrow was buffed in the last patch. It was buffed by 20%. And by, how much was it? 80% or something on level 3 Searing Arrow. And still nobody's playing Podem. That shows you how bad the hero is. Problem for the Podem with Searing Arrow is she's going to run out of mana pretty fast. And then especially Moonwell healing becomes very expensive because the more mana you lose, the more expensive healing is. You also need the Moonwell healing for the hunts. So having low mana is bad for the Potom. And 8 mana for each arrow attack is way too much. Especially considering that Searing Arrow is probably the worst impact orb that we have in the game. So reduce the mana cost from 8 to 5 to at least make the Potom not so out of mana so fast, and especially important, once the Potom is fully out of mana, when she slowly recovers mana, you can more frequently shoot in arrows again. That's the first change I suggest. Secondly, and I think this will be the coolest one that Blizzard have fully ignored up until now. I've suggested this a bunch of times. I would love to see it if the Priestess of the Moon would get more nighttime vision. So I think every hero in the game, or almost every hero, has 800 nighttime vision and like 1800 daytime vision. But I think it would be really cool if the Potom would have the special role, which also fits her thematically, to be this huntress in the night, to be ready and waiting for ambush. Like to have the ability to see far also makes sense for Night Elves, right? When Night Elves Ultra Vision was removed from Tier 1, they had much more difficulty finding opportunities in the early game. By the way, I think Ultra Vision moving to Tier 2 was very fair, because having that huge vision advantage for the first crucial part of the game was pretty unfair, especially back then with Keeper hunts. If the Potom had more vision, unlike the Keeper, it wouldn't be as punishing, because the Potom, of course, doesn't have Entangle, cannot catch your grunts, cannot catch your footies too easily, cannot frustrate you too easily in a game. But this is something that, for example, I have seen in Dota. In Dota, there's some heroes like Luna and Slark and Slardar, I think. Or maybe not Slardar, but some heroes have more nighttime vision, and that gives them a special ambush role for nighttime, which is cool. We want to have heroes specialized, being good at different things, excelling at some things, being weaker at other things. And I think it would be really nice and fit the Night Elf fantasy very well if the Potom had that big nighttime vision to, look for her openings in the early game or mid game, whenever. Now, the next change, I gotta be honest, I'm not 100% sure if this might not be overshooting. If the Potom gets these 2 buffs and then gets True Shot Aura buff as well, might be a bit too much. I didn't suggest 15, 30, 45. I suggested 13, 26, 40, because at the moment, when Potom is played, she's basically played only for the aura, and the aura just seems kind of weak, is the simple truth. But out of all the changes here, I would be most easily convinced that this one doesn't have to make it in. Now, another change for the Potom, about the Owl Scout. So, speaking of design mistakes from Blizzard. Blizzard introduced lots of things when Warcraft 3 came out of permanent invulnerability. And it still baffles me to this day. Rune of the Watcher, permanently invulnerable. Avatar of Vengeance, Spirits of Vengeance, permanently invulnerable. What does that mean? That means you can do nothing about them. There's no counterplay. Nothing you can do against it. You're just forced to sit there and take it and tolerate it. And that is bullshit. In a real-time strategy game, in a competitive game, there always has to be play and counterplay. And if anything is permanently invulnerable, that is just nonsense. And so, for that reason, Owl Scout should lose its invulnerability because it's bullshit. However, if you just have an owl flying around that can't attack and isn't invulnerable, what is it good for? I'm also a bit worried about this change. This might be a huge buff, but I would like to see where this lands. What if the owl, like I said, wasn't invulnerable, but it had an aura around it where it regenerates health slowly? Level 1, 1 HP per second. Level 2, 2 HP. Level 3, 3 HP per second. So it's half of the HP values of Unholy Aura from the DK, but of course, no movement speed. This would certainly help Potom's strategies a lot, because Potom, as mentioned before, struggles a lot with healing. You run in with hunts, you brawl with them, you take some damage, you pull them back, your movements are empty. Normally, a big healing source for Night Elf is bears. You want to have bears with rejuve, you can use that, heal up your heroes, heal up your units, whatever, and then you can keep fighting. But of course, Potom and bears don't synergize, because bears don't benefit from the aura. With this, you could play a Potom with a Potom army, ranged army, that would have the ability to heal outside of Moonwells without needing bears. Of course, it's slow healing. It is slow trickle healing. I have a tough time assessing where exactly this would land power-wise. How good would that be? Say you get a level 3 Potom quickly, and you get level 2 Owl quickly. 2 HP per second for your whole army. How good is that? I'm really not sure. So this is also another example of me suggesting something about the Owl Scout. There's a lot of different ways, a lot of different opinions you can have and ideas of how to change the Owl Scout, but I think what everyone agrees is that the current version of Owl Scout is just stupid. It's just invuln, flying, reveals, and just looks at the opponent, against which the opponent can do nothing. It's just a dumb ability. My point is, there might be cooler ways to change the Owl Scout, but this is kind of what I thought about would at least be helpful for Night Elf. Perhaps even a bit too strong, I'm not sure. I remember that Neo had a great idea about the Owl Scout, which I think that's the best idea I've ever heard so far, which would be if the owl, around itself in an AoE, created permanent nighttime. So if the owl is standing over Moonwells at daytime, those Moonwells regenerate. If the owl is in the middle of the field, again, around it, there's nighttime, and then you can hide things under that. Invis, you could put creeps to sleep, for example. Maybe that's a creative way to do that. That would be super creative, very interesting. But I've been told that would be almost impossible to do with the game engine. So I don't know if that would work. But if that works, Blizzard, that would be the coolest thing. The owl applying nighttime around itself. Yeah, okay, that's enough for the Potom. I spent a lot of time on her. I think in the justified way, because the Potom is garbage. Next up, reduce mana burn range from 300 to 250. I imagine, once again, I'm going to get a lot of hate messages from Night Elves because of this change. I've gotten many over the last few months and years when I kept suggesting this, but I think it's necessary. Again, speaking about Blizzard design mistakes. Blizzard back then didn't realize that permanent invulnerability was a bad idea. They also didn't realize that mana burn was a bad idea. It's a bad idea. It's a very bad idea. If a Demon Hunter is in a game, then that excludes about 60% of all heroes to be played. And those are the heroes that are very reliant on mana, especially melee heroes. This is, in fact, terrible game design. It is one ability that discards half of the game. Very frustrating and very non-fun and just bad. But it is part of the game. If I could change one single spell in the game and replace it with something else, it would be the mana burn. But I imagine with the resources that the Classics team has, which aren't that amazing, I imagine replacing a spell with another one is very unlikely. Also because of what, players who have gotten used to it will think about it. But if it can't be removed, I think it has to be nerfed. At least if mana burn has to be in the game, I think the range should be less, so there's more counterplay available to it. If the Demon Hunter comes running in, at least you can try to run away and maybe punish him with bad positioning, maybe punish him with a good block or something like that. But normally, Demon Hunter always has boots of speed. He's naturally fast. He gets in quick. He's got a super fast cast animation. It's basically instant. And there's almost no counterplay possible to mana burn. The one counter in the entire game, there's two counters. The only two counters in the entire game are either A, you go Naga to slow him down as he's running in, pretty basic, or indeed Siphon Mana to steal the mana before he can steal your mana, which kind of seems like fighting fire with fire and beating Satan by being evil. Doesn't seem right, but it is one of the few things. I think mana burn is toxic for the game and should be nerfed. Next up, big buff suggesting for Fairy Fire, for talents, to remove the true sight aspect of Fairy Fire and instead make affected targets receive 30% reduced healing and hit point regen. So, Fairy Fire, as you guys probably know, has two aspects. First, it gives vision and detection on the target, and it gives -4 armor. This sounds good, but somehow it never seems to be good because we never see fairies. Especially the vision aspect, another one of Blizzard's design mistakes, in my opinion. Having permanent vision on an opponent for like 60 seconds or however long it takes, it's kind of bullshit. In a strategy game, information should be premium and should be hard to come by. And especially for Orc with like rare dispel, it seems very hard to manage sometimes. And it's just dumb. Also, you want to use abilities to help you in a fight, but when you're in a fight, all of a sudden that vision does nothing for you. So I think having vision and true sight from Fairy Fire is just boring and stupid and not fun at the same time. So that's the triple wombo. What would be much more interesting would be to give it reduced healing. Of course, this is inspired by the Orb of Fire. Orb of Fire doesn't just reduce healing from healing sources, also hit point regeneration, passive hit point regeneration, which in most cases isn't much, but especially on heroes is actually a fair amount. This would give Talons, not fairy dragons. This would give Talons a new niche and a new use in the Night Elf army. Of course, Night Elf at the moment doesn't have anything to reduce healing, but maybe they could use some of it. Reducing healing is especially valuable against undead, who have so many sources of healing. Fairy Talons there can be useful already. Maybe that's going to make them even better. And this will open up the field of play for the Talons immensely. And another great benefit that I would look forward to is this would also make them quite a bit better against Demon Hunter Bear play. And of course, as we all know, in Night of Mirror, Bear Mirror has been dominating for long, way too long. So I would like to see Talons there be given a bit of a chance to shine more and to encourage players to use it a bit more as well. Reduce mana cost of Fairy Fire by 5 from 45 to 40. All right, next up, Mountain Giants. This is something that many years ago we kind of talked about jokingly. What if Mountain Giants could attack air when they are holding trees? I think this would be actually cool. Wouldn't that be nice? Mountain Giant is kind of like this ultimate unit. 7 supply, takes long to build, takes long to fully upgrade with his skin upgrades. But he doesn't have that fantasy, really. Sure, he's tanky, but he doesn't do much. If he could attack air units when holding a stick, first, that would be perhaps a new anti-air option for Night Elf. Night Elf are historically the worst at anti-air. That's why they can be beaten with Frostworms, with Gargoyles, with mass Dragonhawks and Griffins. You will see that other races don't get beaten by Gargs or Frostworms or Dragonhawks and Griffins. That's because they have really good anti-air. Night Elf has the worst anti-air. Now, the problem with the MGs is still, they're very slow, they're very burly, and especially air units are very fast, so they might just be able to outmaneuver them. But maybe this could give them a decent air counter. Of course, siege damage would do bonus damage against unarmored, like, for example, Gargoyles. I'm not sure that this would be good or useful in almost any case, but I think it would be a really cool power fantasy, being delivered to the Mountain Giant. And I think it has 0 balance danger. I think if Mountain Giants could attack air when they're holding trees, I think it would be 0 problems associated with it. All right, that's an MG buff, but I also think we should really get an MG nerf. Now, MG nerf I suggest here for resistance skin research time. It takes 75 seconds already. MG nerf? Why? Resistance skin? When does resistance skin matter? That seems weird. Why are you suggesting that? And the reason is Bear Mirror. The number one reason why Bear Mirror is played so much is, surprisingly, Mountain Giants. Because bears, in fact, have a counter. The counter to bears is Talons. Talons, with triple hero, with Fairy Fire, do destroy bears. But there's a catch. When you're trying to go bears, and you see your opponent is going Talons, then you can simply easily pivot. You don't go bears, you rather go Dryads and MGs. Dryads and MGs are in the same building as bears. And if you get resistant skin, that means that your cyclone duration on MG is going to be much shorter, down from 20 to 6 seconds. If this resistant skin upgrade took longer, then there would be more of a window for the Talon player to get ahead, maybe play an expansion. The Lore will be busy for longer. Maybe there's going to be fewer Dryads or MGs. There's going to be more of a window to make talents viable instead of only seeing Bear Mirror for decades now and making my eyes bleed. This would certainly make talents much more viable against bears. I'm 100% sure about that. And the good thing is, the really good thing is, this should have zero impact on other matchups. Why do I say that? Well, because we never see MG resistance skin ever anywhere else. And if we ever did, it would be in 2-base versus 2-base. And what did we learn earlier in 2-base versus 2-base? In 2-base versus 2-base, you have time. Lots and lots of time. While in 1-base versus 1-base, 25 seconds is a big deal. That's important for timings. In 2-base versus 2-base, a 25-second difference isn't that much. And then maybe you could still incorporate them. I mean, in a very rare game against Undead using Banshee against Possessions, you would need this, for example. But if the Undead is going Banshees with Possession, you should certainly have the time to get that as well. In theory, it could also be useful against Human with Slow, but Human have Knights, so that doesn't sound too good for the MGs. Yeah, but this is mainly to finally make something else viable than just goddamn Bear Mirror all the time. Yes. All right, next point. Hippogriffs. Nobody's playing Hippogriffs. They can be good anti-air. We see them basically only against Zeppelins. They have good damage, but of course they get kited. Hippogriffs are just kind of bad. I think making Hippogriffs cheaper makes sense. That's a 10% gold reduction. That's pretty big, actually. And the good thing about this is doesn't just make Hippogriffs more playable, it also makes Hippo Riders more playable, which are also completely unplayable at the moment. And then, I talked about this briefly earlier, I think the invulnerability from Spirits of Vengeance should be removed. Spirit of Vengeance are the little summons from the Avatar of Vengeance that the Warden has on level 6. This is the same as my previous point. If anything is permanently invulnerable, it is stupid bullshit that should not be in any game. So, for that reason, I think invulnerability should be removed, so you can deal with them at least, even if they're pesky. But of course, since they're little summons, and they're from an ultimate, they shouldn't give much experience when you kill them, or be easy to kill. So they should still be magic immune and give only 12 XP. That's the same as the little skeleton. All right, and Undead for our 4th race. Not the end yet, by the way. This is taking a lot longer, to be honest, than I thought it would. But whatever. Yeah, Undead. After that, we're going to have neutral heroes and items. So we're not done yet. It's still going to take a while. So, first of all, Undead, pretty good at fast expanding, but not as good as Human. And we have seen the Haunted Goldmine get cancelled a lot of times. So I suggest that the Haunted Goldmine HP should be increased from 950 to 1100. Notice this wouldn't make Undead expansion faster, or cheaper, or more lucrative, but it would be a little bit harder to cancel, which, especially against Human at the moment, is a problem. So this is a small buff to Undead Expo, which of course again points towards the desire of wanting to see more fast Expo play into tier 3 play. Speaking of which, Orb of Corruption, gold cost, I think should be reduced to 325 as well. So it's 375 at the moment, same as Orb of Lightning. I think it would be better if all orbs were 325, except for the Fire Orb, to make it a bit more accessible. Again, here, this is about accessibility of tier 3 and the nudge to push towards tier 3. Reduce Carrion Beetle mana cost from 50 to 45. This is a meaningful buff for the Crypt Lord, but I think one that he needs. Crypt Lord is playable right now in one specific case in the meta, and that's against Pally Rifles. If the Human plays Archmage expansion, already there, the Crypt Lord isn't really playable unless you outplay your opponent in the early game. If you are in an even game with Crypt Lord, in the end, you will lose to Griffins. So, and of course, unplayable against Night Elf, unplayable in Undead Mirror, and unplayable against Orc. So Cryptlord is 95% unplayable, which I think is why this would be warranted to buff the Beetles. I imagine this is gonna terrify a few players out there, because we do remember the heyday of the Cryptlord when he was very, very broken and was just dominating. But right now the Cryptlord is so far away from dominating that I really don't see this making the difference. Also, I would suggest increasing the Spike Carapace damage return from 15, 30, 45 to 25, 50, 75. Spike Carapace might be the second worst ability in the game after Farsight. Nobody skills it. Wait. Okay, that's not true. That's not true. Spike Carapace for the armor is actually quite alright. It's quite alright. I mean, it's a skill point for 4 armor. It doesn't help you offensively at all. But the damage return doesn't matter at all. I think boosting the damage return numbers big would be kind of nice. So it kind of fits the fantasy also of the Cryptlord. He's got the big spikes on his back, right? He's supposed to be the counter to melee bruisers. And yeah, I think we've never seen a game where Spike Carapace made any kind of a difference. So boosting those numbers, I think, makes sense. Next up, Vamp Aura. Now, all the undead haters, I imagine, will call this crazy. And I can understand why. These numbers look crazy. But let me put it in perspective. Right now, the numbers of Vamp Aura, Lifesteal, are 20, 35, 50. That's very high numbers already. So it would only go up by 5 points on level 2 and 10 points on level 3. And for level 3 Vamp Aura, you would need to be level 7 Dreadlord. Now, these still look kind of like crazy numbers. And it's kind of amazing that we have seen these numbers for a long time, but there was never an undead strategy with Vamp Aura. Like, it's kind of funny, honestly. Vamp Aura is so good for Orc with all their melee units. So good for bears, especially. Can even be so good for human with knights. But undead, the one race that has it, has no use for Vamp Aura, which is kind of weird. No strat ever has been good with Vamp Aura. So I agree, these numbers look crazy. But I feel like these numbers need to be crazy for it to be playable in any way with undead. Now, there's another phenomenon in RTS games and any kind of a competitive game. Once the community's inspiration has been triggered and their creativity has been challenged, sometimes just a buff encouraging more play will reveal strategies that will turn out to be really strong in the end. This could be one of those. Maybe there is a way to make Dreadlord Vamp Aura work with these numbers, just nobody has tried it yet. And these numbers will put it over the brink. So this is one of the changes where I would be very careful to watch the progression. If these changes were implemented and all of a sudden we see, yeah, guess what? Those crazy numbers are crazy, then we would have to bring them back again. But at the moment, these numbers here, the current version, don't seem to be doing anything. All right, and a second Dreadlord buff, because Dreadlord, of course, is the least playable hero for undead, almost unplayable in every way. So I would suggest buffing the level 2 Carrion Swarm by a little bit from 125 to 135. How much is that percentage-wise? 7% or so? I don't want to get out the calculator. But yeah, less than 10%, obviously. Level 3 Carrion Swarm, we all know, is amazing, but the problem is Dreadlord is very weak before level 4, to be honest. Once he gets level 5, he gets really good, but it's very hard for him to get there, so I think a little bit of a boost to level 2 Carrion Swarm would help him and make him also more of a viable hero. And next up, make web available on tier 1. This is for one reason and one reason alone, and that is Wyvern. The big reason why Orc versus Undead sees almost no expansion play is because Orc can punish so hard the Undead on tier 2 with Wyvern. because there's no anti-air. There's no web, there's no gargs. When the undead is fast expanding, has a late tech, and then the orc can punish the undead super hard, control the map, get ahead, win the game. Undead normally has no good reason to fast expand against orc. But if there was web on tier 1, then there would be a counter to Wyvern, of course. And then expo play would be more possible, orc would be more incentivized to counter expand, and that would lead again to more expansion play, which is the whole point. Next up, Wand of Negation, cost decrease from 150 to 110. As you guys probably remember, a couple of patches ago, Undead received a Wand of Negation on tier 2 in their shop, so that they have some kind of tier 2 dispel without destroyers. It's an expensive dispel, but at least you have one if you really need one. It turns out that this one seemed to be much too expensive. Basically, nobody ever plays this. Undeads only buy this item if there is a level 3 Archmage in their base pushing in with 3 Water Elementals and 8 Footmen, and you really, 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 really need that dispel. And you have an expansion to have the gold. So I think I was the one who suggested the 150 gold price point for dispel for Wand of Negation. Seems like I was off. Seems like that is too expensive to have one dispel cost 75 gold. That seems indeed a bit excessive. So Wand of Negation with 2 charges going down to 110 gold, I think would make more sense. And lastly, a nerf to destroyers. Base damage reduction by 1.5. Is that 1.5? Did I do the math here right? Yeah, right. Yeah. Reduce base damage from destroyers by 1.5. Destroyers are extremely good units. Extremely good. But they are the same as other magic immune units in some ways, that if massing pure magic immune units is a good strat, that is not a good game. If mass dryads are dominating, that's not good. If mass destroyers are dominating, that's not good. If mass breakers are dominating, that's not good. Because magic immunity takes fun out of the game. If you can't use your abilities, all of a sudden heroes are only units. I've made this argument many times before. It stinks. It's okay to have magic immune units, I guess, although I kind of disagree with that statement. That is the next thing, and I think the last thing that I'll mention today, where Blizzard, in my book, made a big mistake design-wise, is to have permanently magic immune units. I hate that. I think that's a really dumb design, but we have them now. But if we have them, then at least they need to have weak stats. That's why Dryads, I have no problem with Dryads. Dryads are well-designed magic immune units because they are very frail. They don't have good stats, and that's the way that should be. Destroyers, very good dispel, great maneuverability, great micro ability, great utility. Destroyers great in so many ways. Amazing damage also when they have mana, but they should have, I think, less damage without mana. This is especially noticeable against Night Elf, I would say. When Night Elf tries to engage the undead with a Bear Dryad army, the speed at which bears can be killed off by Destroyer and Fiends is probably too high. The Destroyer base damage, in my opinion, too high and should be reduced. Having some Destroyers, 2, maybe 3 for Dispel should be good, but having an army full of Destroyers shouldn't be enough for you to win fights with just mass magic immune units. Yep. That's it for the races. Next up, we got the neutral heroes. 1.5 hours already. Okay, so at 2 hours, I think we should be finished here. So, firstly, I think we should decrease the cooldown on neutral heroes as first heroes. If you guys don't know what I mean, I'm going to explain. When you go for a neutral hero at the tavern as your first hero, of course, there's a cooldown on the hero, because otherwise you could make an altar, go into the middle, and get the hero instantly like that. That would be very broken. So there's a cooldown timer on it. However, the cooldown timer, I think, should be reduced by 5 seconds, like I say here, because all the first heroes from the tavern are simply a bit weak. Are you ever going to go Alchemist over Death Knight? No. Are you ever going to go Tinker over Archmage? No. Are you ever going to go Naga over Demon Hunter? No. Are you ever going to go something over Blade Master? No. At least not at the moment. If heroes were a little bit faster, maybe there would be some more viability. Maybe we could see some more diversity in play and encourage some more first hero play. Some heroes are just too necessary, I would say, especially for undead. For undead, it's hard, right? Because you want to have undead heroes to heal with undead. But this opens the door for more first hero neutral play possibility. Of course, Night Elf historically have always been the best at neutral first hero utilization, so this would be the best for Night Elf. But also for other races, this might make them finally attractive. And now, again, I'm going to suggest a bunch of buffs to heroes and abilities that are weak and borderline unplayable. Which is why I suggest giving Engineering Upgrade 2, 4, and 6 HP regen per second. So Engineering Upgrade right now, it makes all the Tinker's spells better with every level up that it gets. It also gives them a little bit more movement speed and like a tiny bit more attack damage. Giving it more HP regen would especially make it good for a first hero. First heroes in the early game will very often struggle with healing. Unless you're Orc, then with heal salves it's pretty easy. But for everyone else, this is pretty tough. And HP regen is insanely good. Insanely good in the early game. This might make the Tinker much more viable as a first hero and might also help him. It will help him, obviously, just in general, because you always get the passive. You get one spell and passive. Either Pocket Factory or Rockets. And this would help the Tinker a lot, which you could use, because the Tinker is literally unplayable right now, right? Nobody's playing Talons. Nobody's playing Tinker. Nobody's playing Tinker as undead against Night Elf anymore. Yeah, Tinker is just ultra garbage, so he needs a big buff. Next up, the Beastmaster. Beastmaster Bear. I would suggest increasing the duration from 70 to 90 seconds. The Beastmaster, normally when he tries to go for a double bear timing attack, there's only a very small window where 2 bears are ready at the same time. Increasing the duration of the bear could help with that. You would also be rewarded for saving your bear, keeping it alive, summoning the second one, and then going for a powerful attack with double bear. However, Beastmaster is also one of the very weak heroes at the moment. There is almost no way to play him currently. The most we saw him being played was by Night Elves on Last Refuge only. That's because of the special involvement of Mercamp on that map and the role that it plays. But yeah, Beastmaster also seems very weak. So I also suggest increasing the base strength of the Beastmaster by 2, because you don't only want to rely on the bear, I would think, but also want to have some strength in the hero. Now, that looks like a lot. 2 main stat is a lot, just straight out on level 2. But the reason why I'm saying this is because of the history. And the history is this. Did you guys know that the Beastmaster was super giga gutted in the early days of Warcraft 3 patching? So first patch, his collision size was reduced. So this makes him take up less space. I'm not sure if this is a buff or a nerf, but this doesn't matter so much. But then, on December 16th, Beastmaster's strength reduced from 22 to 25, minus 3 strength, and base armor reduced from 2 to 3. Bro, that's an insane nerf. Minus 3 strength and minus 1 armor. Absolutely bazookaed in the face with the nerf hammer. And more nerfs after that. Bash nerfed, Stampede nerfed, level 3 Quillbeast nerfed, Quillbeast nerfed again, Hawk nerfed. So Beastmaster was basically nerfed 7 times in a row until a couple of years ago. He finally was buffed on the bear again. That was a nice little help for the Beastmaster, but it was not enough. Beastmaster's still bad. So I suggest giving him 2 of that strength back that he lost back in the dark days. And next spell that is unplayable and is never used, Life Drain. It costs 50 mana right now. I suggest reducing it to 30 mana. Also, the damage can be increased. Right now, Life Drain scaling is kind of weird. 30, 45, 60, so it doesn't really properly increase in power. So I would suggest increasing that to 30, 55, 80. That's quite a bit of damage, by the way. 55 damage per second, so this might make it scary. And on level 5, 80 damage per second? Of course, there's lots of counterplay, interruption, Zeppelin, walking away, whatever. And then also I suggest a rescaling to the black arrow. This is in black, not because it's the black arrow, but because I don't know if this is going to be a nerf or a buff. Level 1 black arrow for the Dark Ranger right now only does 2 damage. Very low. I would suggest increasing that to 4. This would also make her quite a lot better as a first hero. Right now, as a first hero, she is a joke and not viable. But I think level 2 black arrow damage should be reduced from 10 to 7. And the reason for this is Undead versus Orc. Dark Ranger against Headhunters is insanely strong. You run in with the ghouls, you use the Nova, Dark Ranger attacks, Skellies being raised one by one. The Dark Ranger is the main reason. Like, some people think the reason why we're seeing all Wyvern against Undead is because of ghouls. That's not right. It's Dark Ranger. Dark Ranger Black Arrow is the reason why we're seeing no Headhunters right now. And no Berserkers on tier 3. So I think this should be reduced. Reduce the damage by 3 of level 2 Black Arrow to make things like Berserkers more playable against Undead. Also, maybe that would make Rifles more playable against Undead, which normally they never are. Yeah, I think this is too much power in the level 3, whereas not enough power in level 1. Next up, Mana Shield. As you guys know, this is another useless ability. I think it would be good if the Mana Shield also granted 1.5, 3, and 4.5 mana per second. I should have zoomed in earlier, right? I should have zoomed in earlier. My bad, guys. My bad. But I'm gonna have the link to the document as well that you can check it out yourself. I should have been thinking about that though. But yeah, anyways, Mana Shield, of course, it's a joke. Giving up another skill point for that is terrible. If you have it on, you can just be ignored, or you can stay in the back. But if it gave more mana regen as well, all of a sudden, it means it could also empower the rest of the Naga, her other spells. I think that would be good. Are these the right numbers? I'm not exactly sure. If you get level 2 Mana Shield, 3 mana per second, that's a lot. That's a lot of mana. Maybe that's a bit too much. Maybe this should be 2.5. I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, this would certainly help make the spell not complete trash. Speaking of complete trash, Chemical Rage, also very bad. I think the duration should be increased baseline and increased even more as you level it up. So right now, duration of Chemical Rage level 1 and all levels is 15 seconds. I think it should be increased to 18, 21, 24, increasing the duration as you level up. Cooldown of Chemical Rage is 30 seconds. So on level 3 Chemical Rage, you would have a lot of uptime. And would perhaps finally give the Alchemist the right-click badass fantasy that he was hoping to have, but never really had. He's kind of like a little support bot in the backline with Heal Wave, which is strong, but not as cool as his other possibility. And increase Acid Bomb secondary damage as well. Acid Bomb and Alchemist and Keeper, you remember back then they were nerfed heavily and were nerfed too much in the end, as it turned out. I mentioned earlier that along with the Keeper, I would also suggest buffing, excuse me, earlier I suggested alongside buffing the Keeper, I would also buff the Alchemist a little bit, and this is the buff I was talking about. The secondary damage of the Acid Bomb means the other targets you hit around the main target that you apply the damage to. So, in case you guys don't know how this works, Alchemist, when he uses Acid Bomb, he has the target damage. This is the unit you click it on. It does this much damage. And the secondary damage is the AoE area units you hit around it. That is the secondary damage. So I think the main target shouldn't be buffed. Main target damage shouldn't be buffed because Entangle Acid Bomb on one target, we remember how kind of toxic that was. Quite literally toxic. But the secondary damage in bigger fights, in the bigger spread, I think could be improved a bit. Indeed. Wait, there we go. Okay, we're almost done, boys. We're almost done. So, Pit Lord, another hero that doesn't really see any play, which is weird. Cleave seems really good on paper. Howl of Terror seems really good on paper. Rain of Fire not so good on paper, but can have its uses, but somehow nobody plays him. So I would suggest buffing his stats a little bit as well. Agility by +3. That's not more damage, but it's more armor and a little bit more attack speed. It's a slight buff to the Pit Lord. I don't know if this would make him exactly good, but I think it would help him a bit and wouldn't force him to either play Cleave or Howl or Rain of Fire. It would help him in all ways. And next up, Fire Lord. Fire Lord, another very weak hero. Fire Lord only has agility gain of 1.6. Wait, 1.6? I think this should be increased to 2. The Fire Lord actually scales very well as a right-click damage dealer with more agility, but as you can see, he gets very little agility only from leveling up. If he would get more, I think this would make him much more of a viable pick, especially when it comes to right-click heroes. And the next buff is, I suggest, reducing the cooldown of Soulburn from 12 to 9 seconds. Soulburn silences, does a little bit of dot damage, but it's very little, and it reduces damage of the target. But silence normally seems to be the best use case of Soulburn. Problem is, it has a long cooldown, 12-second cooldown, and it's not a AoE silence like a Dark Ranger, but it's only a single target silence. So I think indeed the cooldown should be reduced drastically. This would be a huge buff to Soulburn, by the way. Don't get me wrong. This is a huge buff to Soulburn, reducing the cooldown by this much. This would make him a great silence counter to things like Blood Mage, Paladin, right? He's supposed to be the great counter to Pally Rifles. He was tried in some cases, but didn't seem that good. This would definitely make him the premier counter to Pally Rifles, but also a premier counter to other things. If there's like a Blade Master terrorizing you, maybe a Soulburn can be used to deal with that threat. If there's a big air unit or, I don't know, Knights or Demon Hunter or whatever, some one single target threat terrorizing you, maybe the Soulburn can be the thing you need. Of course, Soulburn can be dispelled, which is why I think it needs a low cooldown. If Soulburn can be dispelled, then it needs to be recastable quickly. And lastly, Incinerate Explosion damage. This is called Incineration. Increase from 30, 45, 60 to 40, 70, 100. This sounds like a lot as well. Once again, this is a case of these numbers look big. These numbers look scary. But I think, again, we have to see it in context. Because every game we've ever seen of Incineration, where you attack a unit and it explodes, it looks like there's no damage. It looks like 0 damage. Like 30, 45, 60. That sounds pretty good already, but we know in actuality that never does anything. So I think a big boost in those numbers would again be fair. This again, though, is one of those cases where, the player base might see this and think like, maybe we can experiment a bit with Fire Lord, and all of a sudden you see, holy shit, this can be used really well. This might be a case where a buff is going to inspire a new strat quickly and suddenly reveal strengths that we didn't realize before. So as every time, this should go without saying, but I'm going to say it regardless. Every time when there's a big shift in numbers, obviously we have to keep an eye out on that for the future. If this might turn out to be too strong, obviously this has to be reined in again. But I doubt it. I wouldn't think so. All right. We got the neutral heroes finished. Only one thing left, and that is items. And then we are almost done here. All right, a couple of nerfs to start things off. I think item balance has gotten extremely good over the years, by the way. We used to have super broken things, dude. Back in the day, we used to have Ring of Protection +2 and Claws of Attack +6 on the same cap with Circlet. Completely ridiculous. It was a joke. Big Mana Potion was 300. Pendant of Energy used to be 150. Book of the Dead used to have 8 summons. It was a complete travesty. Travesty. So, point is, item balancing has gotten a lot better, but I think there's still some outliers. I feel like I cannot really think of an item right now that's too weak. Maybe I'm forgetting one, but I feel like they're all kind of good, with the exception of some that are too strong. And these are here in the red, of course, where I suggest nerfs. So, Sentry Wards, in my opinion, they give way too much vision range. It's 1600, that's a huge radius, should be reduced drastically to 1000. Healing Wards, extremely good item for almost every race. 3 charges, I would say too much, I think should be reduced to 2 charges. Rings of Protection. After having been way too weak for way too long, now they are too strong. Maybe not way too strong, but I think they are indeed too strong. Ring +4, that is so much damage reduction. Becoming available just from a small creep camp, I think that's too much. I think Ring +4 should become Ring +3, as it was for a short time. And Ring +5 from the medium camps should become Ring +4. This is still a good damage reduction, easy to find, really good still for frontline heroes. But right now, the survivability that you get from Ring +5 and Ring +4 is quite insane. Also, the fact that Ring +4 is very often better than Talisman of Evasion is not the way it's supposed to be. Another item that's too strong in my opinion is Claws +8. The big problem here is these camps can very often be crept very early into the game already, and then this is a huge boost on basically every hero. And it can feel very unfair when you get unlucky in exchange between the two players and you're on the side drawing the short straw. If he gets Claws +8 and you get Period of Vitality, kind of sucks. So bringing down that power level a little bit, I think, would be appropriate for all these 5 items. But I think all these items are a bit too strong, but I think this is not the real problem with items right now. I think the real problem with items at the moment is we don't have enough of them on some camps, and some camps are just too boring at the moment to creep. The Gloves of Haste camp, for example, only has 3 items available. We have Gloves of Haste, Claws +5, and Ring +4. 3 items only. Very boring. Way more healthy are items and camps with a bigger drop table. For example, the Sobi Mask camp. We have Sobi, we have Robe, we have Belt, we have the Auras, Puts of Quel'Thalas. So I think we should have a big drop table for every single item drop. But that, of course, means we have to introduce some new ones. So I suggest that we add more items to the smaller drop tables. So for the Cloak of Shadows drop table, that is level 1 permanent items, where we get Slippers and Cloak and Ring of Superiority. There, right now, we have 5 items dropping. The +3, the 1/1/1, and the Cloak. I would also suggest we have a little bit of resources as a possible drop here, with a gold coin worth 70 gold dropping from this, and a lumber bundle worth 40 lumber. I'm not 100% sure if this is appropriate for the early game. Normally lumber isn't that crucial in the early game. I could be convinced that this has to be a different number than 40. I'm not 100% if this is, but this seemed right to me initially. I think 70 gold makes sense because the Cloak of Shadows and the other items have a sell value of 60 gold. And of course, when you don't have an option to keep it or sell it, the gold coins should give just a little bit more gold, I would say. And this is my most despised drop table right now. As I said, Gloves of Haste only has 3 items in the pool right now. I think 7 items per drop table is a healthy place to be in. So I suggest adding 4 new items to this level 2 permanent item drop table. First, a mini Sobi Mask that gives 20% additional mana regen. All right, that sounds good. Everyone likes mana regen. Second, mini Rune Bracers. Of course, these items would all have to be given new names. And probably also some new art. So this would be some work for the Blizzard team to come up with. I would be surprised, honestly, if this gets implemented. But it would be so cool, because it's so boring right now having just these few items available. And yeah, as I say, mini Rune Bracers, 15% spell damage resistance, compared to the Rune Bracers, which have 33%. This isn't going to be good on every hero. Sometimes you're going to sell it. But that's the same with Ring of Protection and sometimes even Gloves of Haste. Mini Mask of Death, I think, would also be kind of cool. With only 10% lifesteal, though. This one would be very polarizing, because for some heroes, this doesn't do anything. Especially like melee heroes, ranged heroes, or maybe ranged heroes, actually, it's not bad. You know what? Maybe it's not bad on ranged heroes. But low attack speed heroes, can't do much with this. However, I think it has to be a low number, because on certain heroes, this is really good. If you can get it in the early game already, permanent lifesteal on a Demon Hunter or Blade. Of course, these are the two best heroes for this item. If it was 15, if you're carrying around Scourge Bone Chimes in the early game already for your Agi hero, I'm pretty sure that's good. Too good. I'm pretty sure that's too good. So I think it has to be 10%. And then in that case, it's unfortunately only good for very few heroes. But I think it would still be better to have that as an option to sell. Yeah. And also Mini Orb of Corruption, granting 1.5 armor reduction against the attacked target, but no bonus damage. So it shouldn't be like 1.5 armor reduction and 5 damage. That would obviously be way too good. This would be a lot less damage increase when it comes to fighting one hero versus one hero compared to Claws, for example. Claws plus 5. But if you have an army to focus fire, this would be kind of interesting. For many races, it would be the only way that they can get armor reduction. On a ranged hero, that's good when you can target fire things, or also on a Blade Master, a good right clicker, this could be good. I think this would be pretty neat. And of course, all these items should have the same gold value as Gloves of Haste and Claws plus 5. That gold value is 125 gold, if I'm not mistaken. And lastly, the level 2 charged item drop table. Wait, is it level 1 or level 2? Wait. I think it's level 2. Yeah, level 2. Okay. Level 2 charged item drop table. Right now we only have 4 items dropping from this camp, which is again, I think, pretty boring. We have Wand of Illusion, Sentry Ward, Replenishment Potion, and that was a really cool change. Crystal Ball also was added in there a while ago. And I think we should add 3 new items. Vampiric Potion as one item. This is an item that already exists, so we wouldn't have to create it and code it and whatever. Vampiric Potion. Wait. I thought I had the tab open, but I don't. Ah, there it is. Vampiric Potion, here it is. Adds 12 bonus damage and life-stealing attack to the hero, lasts 12 seconds. Now, I think this looks kind of weak, but I'm not sure. Maybe there's some way you can use this well. I feel like this should perhaps be increased to 30 or 40 seconds, but it's kind of hard to tell until you see it in action. Seems a bit weak to me, but maybe it could be nice. All right, Vampiric Potion. So it's a consumable, right? Consumable for the consumable drop table. Next up, Rune of Lesser Healing. I think this would also be pretty cool. You can also, that also already exists. You can see that on the Battle.net site. Where is it again? There it is. Rune of Lesser Healing. It heals 125 HP, so it's a little bit less than a heal scroll. And of course, the big reason why it's a lot worse than the heal scroll is you cannot use it whenever you want. It's there on the ground. You have to use it right there. You cannot take it with you. So I think that would be kind of cool. We know Rune of Healing back from Old Turtle Rock. On Old Turtle Rock, there used to be a Rune of Healing that healed 258 hit points. That was, of course, a lot stronger. But for the smaller camps, I think 125 healing would be kind of neat. And lastly, this could be quite strong and stronger than I assume, but I think it would be really cool. And that is to also include the item Tiny Farm. I think this item... Wait, this isn't a new item. Is it a campaign item? I guess it's in Warcraft 3 already. This item already exists in Warcraft 3. There's also like a tiny blacksmith, tiny barracks, whatever. But Tiny Farm, pretty cool. Goes for any race. You can plop down a farm anywhere. You get 6 more supply. It gives you scouting. You can't do anything with it. You can't make units. You can't upgrade it into a tower. That would certainly be too strong. But you get the Tiny Farm. I think that's cool. And that would increase this item table to 7 total items. This would increase this item table to 7 total items. And also this item table to 7 total items. And that's it. And that's it. All right. All right, this was roughly 2 hours. This did take a lot longer than I thought, but it is what it is. I'm going to post the link once again in the chat. All right. And now I opened chat again. I had to keep chat closed this whole time. Otherwise, I was just going to get distracted. All right. Stronger for some races than some others, but I like the idea of more RNG. Yeah, I didn't used to think that either. Like when it comes to RNG in item drops, I used to think, hey, we got 3 well-balanced items. We got ring and gloves and claws. That's cool. Balance, competitive play, integrity, blah, blah, blah. But over the years, I agreed with, I think Carson was the first to tell me this, that, yeah, you also want to have some excitement. You want to have some RNG. You want to have some unpredictability. So I've definitely strongly felt that more items per drop table, especially in the early game, would be a lot more fun. And it's not just about having, you know, a very well-balanced game. It's, of course, also about having fun. Do you want Undead Craft? Oh, there we go. There's the first balance winner. I think the Naga Mana Shield region could be dangerous in human hands with Archmage. Will it? I don't know. I feel like the Naga is kind of a... I think the Naga is only good as a tempo hero. As a tempo hero, you want to have the slow from the cold arrow and the damage from the fog lightning. Where's the room for the Mana Shield? I don't like the suggestions, but I still love you, Remo. All right, I guess I take it. Players don't like randomness. Viewers love it, but players, especially professional players, hate the randomness. Well, if they hate randomness, then they should start playing chess. Because there are some games with randomness and some without. Knight of Tier 3 Naga with Orb is crazy with Mana Shield. Yeah, I was thinking about that as well. But, you know, that's the thing about the numbers. You can twist the numbers. I think Tavern Heroes should be more viable. Yeah, I agree. That's why I suggested so many buffs for the Tavern Heroes. Why is there no Undead buff as the weakest race right now? Get the fuck out of here. Undead is not the weakest race right now. All these balance whiners always. I just hope that you guys aren't as pathetic in real life as you are in Twitch chat. It's so annoying. Trying to balance wine to tactically get your race buffed so you feel better about yourself. Fuck off. It doesn't even make sense. I also suggested a bunch of buffs to Undead. You don't even make sense, man. Bro, balance whining. It gets me. It gets me. Saying Undead is weak when it's getting carried by Happy and 1-0. Yeah, that's how it works, man. That's how it works. The races get carried, and the races are only shown their full potential by the top players. If it wasn't for 40, we wouldn't know how good Human is. If it wasn't for Happy, we wouldn't know how good Undead is. If it wasn't for Lin, we wouldn't know how good Orc is. And guess what? Right now, Orc is not looking good. You know why? Because Lin isn't playing really good. I said that at the start. It's a skill issue right now for Orcs. Night Elves have also been doing better again. It's always how it is, guys. That's always how it is. You can't say, oh, well, this race only looks good because of this guy. Yeah, that's how it works. You get compared with the best. Hello, Remo. Why did you suggest buffs to a race that is already overpowered? Hey, you don't know what I think about balance mining, do you? 7-day ban. Peace. Okay, it didn't work. Am I not a mod anymore? Hello? Was I unmodded? No, I'm not. I am a mod. You're lucky, bro. It's driving me insane. It's driving me insane. Need to buff mod rights too. Buff Necro Wagon. I feel like Necro Wagons only produce boring games. Necro Wagon is normally always all in. You make the Necros, you make the wagons, you keep them at home, you get the mana, you go in, you push, and then you kill their expansion and you win. Or you don't and you lose. There's so many people now playing Warcraft 3 Champions thanks to the streamers. Do you like it? Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool. I like it a lot. Okay. All right. Ah, boys. You're going to drive me insane. You're going to drive me insane, boys. I think we also have some games today, though, don't we? Didn't Running play earlier? Weren't they playing earlier? Okay. The thing I don't like about Undead patch suggestions is that there is no new real features, only number fine-tuning. Yeah. I think Undead is in a pretty good spot, though. Every Undead hero is playable, which is great. Only the Dreadlord needs a bit of help. There are two problems with Undead, of course. Necros are garbage and Frostrooms are garbage. But I felt like Necros and Frostrooms, they actually have a lot of late-game potential, at least Necros, if there's a longer game. If there's more macro in the meta. More two-base play in the meta. Oh, wait, running versus colorful after WSB. Oh, PogChamp. Colorful playing versus Labby right now. Oh, on Secret Valley. My favorite map. Okay, let's take a look at the WSB standings right now. I appreciate the balance talk. Keep it up. Thank you, Razor. You're one of the good ones. Not for complimenting me, but for being a kind person. Oh my god. My ad block stopped working. Panic. Okay. Let's take a look at our results here for WSB. In case you guys haven't heard yet, we are not allowed to cast WSB live, unfortunately. Oh, Fortitude, not abusing the paddy rifles too much here. Beating Soen, close game, 3-2. And destroying Labby as well, 3-0, okay. Is this today? No, this is tomorrow. So it's Colorful versus Labby right now. Is that the last game of the day? Seems to be the last, right? This. Okay. Labby versus Colorful. Oh, it's best of 3, huh? Best of 5, I mean. Yeah, best of 5. Okay. So it's still going to take a little while until they are finished. I think Colorful is going up 2-0 as it seems. Okay, so we probably got like... We might have 20 minutes. We might even have an hour. Until Colorful versus Running starts. Okay, I can put that in here already. Colorful versus Running. Okay. Grilled shrimp cup. Let's talk some more about balance. I feel like I've said what I wanted to say. It would be cool though if you guys can, if you have some thoughts on it, if you can give your thoughts on the YouTube video. Because here in Twitch chat, you know, it all disappears and it's lost into the ether. But the last couple of balance patch changes that were made were always like a collaborative effort from the community. So once again, if there's going to be a PTR coming at some point, then once more, Blizzard will be taking in many opinions from many different people in the scene. And will there be a PTR patch? I don't know. It seems like we're a bit overdue already, right? It seemed like for a while we had a patch every half year or so, but it seems like it's been a while now. Sorry to ask again, but do you think balancing based on the best players is the way to go, given that 99% of people won't go to that level? Yes. I agree that it's an imperfect system to balance around the top, but the balance at the top level is more important than the balance in Gold League. If the balance in Gold League is perfect, but the top level is completely unplayable, then what does that mean? That means that one bracket of players is going to be happy with their games, but another bracket of players is going to be unhappy with their games. The question is, who is affected more by what? And it might be more players in the Gold League, but it's more players, more fans watching. I think any esport ever has to be balanced around the pro players. Otherwise, why have an esport? Now, if we're talking about a casual game, what's a casual game? Fortnite, I guess. Then I don't think you have to be balanced around the pro level, the top level. You can balance around the plebs, totally fine. But in an esport game, which I would say our game is, you have to primarily consider the pros. Thank you, your deadbeat dad, with the resub. I missed some subs earlier, by the way. Thank you, Lando Boots, with the resub. I3Rom with the B sub. KB with the resub. General Walrus with the resub. Kenji Bumai with the resub. Buttcrumbs gifting us up to I'm Just a Teenage Dirtbag Baby. And gifting us up to Iron Maiden. Thank you, Buttcrumbs. And indeed, your deadbeat dad. When is the show match with Bucky happening? Right now, we are waiting for Colorful to finish his WSB game. Then I'm going to have Colorful versus Running, and then Running versus Starbuck. So we don't know exactly how long it's going to take, but still a little while. I don't see it on War3 info anymore. Let me ask Starbuck. Agree and disagree. Games have to be competitive if they want to be, but still appealing for a bigger audience. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, we are Warcraft 3 fans. Our game is 23 years old. We are not exactly appealing to the biggest audience. I think that's okay. But you have a point. You can't just be a good game for the top 1%. You have to be a good game for more people than that. But I would argue, if you're playing on a lower level, does it really matter if you have a 49% win rate in a matchup on average or a 46% win rate in a matchup on average? I don't think that matters too much. All right. So we're gonna have 2 matches later of the Grilled Shrimp Cup. This is a play all 3 show match. That means there's gonna be prize money available for every map won. Excuse me. So we're going to play all 3 maps in the 2 series that are coming up, Colorful versus Running and Running versus Starbuck. But we're still waiting. Colorful is still busy right now in WSB. Like I said, he's still playing his match against Labyrinth there. And there, he might still be busy for a while. We are not allowed to stream WSB, unfortunately. So we're going to have to wait a little bit. So in the meantime, I'm gonna play some Direct Strike. Pog Champ. I need to do my placement matches. All right, what we got? Everyone's unranked. Everyone at around 2000 MMR. It seems like lots of people are queuing right now for the new season. Pog, pog, pog. Okay. Okay, what do we have here? Is a new patch coming soon? I hope so, but I have no information towards that. I would like to see it for sure. Not a bad start for the draft so far. There's Direct Strike ranked. Hell yeah, there is. Ooh, this is really good. Ooh, this is really good. Let's go. There sure is Direct Strike ranked on W3C Champions. How? You just have to go to W3 Champions. It's amazing to me that you've never heard of W3 Champions when you're on this channel. You go to W3Champions.com and there you can download a client. And W3 Champions is basically an alternative to Battle.net. It's the way better version of Battle.net, where all the cool kids play. My opponent has grunts. I was a god tier StarCraft 2 Direct Strike player. I played that also a little bit, but it was called Desert Strike, right? In StarCraft 2. Ooh, I played that a long time ago. I think I like this guy. What's better?
Work complete.
Drunken Haze might have been better, but whatever. Please satisfy my Gamba addiction. Okay, we're gonna do a real quick Gamba here. Two minutes.
Work complete.
He's making a hero. Oh, nice. He's got footies against Dryads. It's normally a good matchup. But he doesn't have defend, does he? Gonna need defend, brother. Oh boy. We are getting kind of cooked at the moment. Blood Mage's not a good first hero. Okay, Flame Strike did some damage at least. Okay, tower, I need you to clean this up, please. I'm gonna eat one lightning shield from the stupid shaman here. Maybe. Come on, man. Kill the shaman. This one. No! Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. No, he kills him last! Bullshit! Oh, this lightning shield's gonna cost me some. The fuck was that? Come on, guys. I need a clean fight, please.
More gold is required.
Dude, where's your defend? No? Finally.
More gold is required.
I'm nervous, boys. This game is not going too well so far. Oh, good flame strike. Good AMS. Nice, he's winning. Let's go, boys, let's go. Can I make a shaman in time?
Gold is required. More gold is required.
No, couldn't. Okay, little bit of damage. Okay, this is a pretty good position for me. My panda's tanking some damage here. Which is the way it should be. No, bro. Am I losing again? Come on, come on, come on. Kill these archers. Okay, I think I'm winning. Barely. Barely, barely, barely. Move back? I am back. When he be back, I be back. Does he mean the hero? Maybe.
More gold is
Are you gonna cost me 3k points to do shenanigans? What do you mean? I think I played this correctly. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's got walkers. Walker's very good against ghouls and against AMS. I'm too broke, man. I can't make another walker. Shit. Please win, please win, please win. Nice, he's winning. Ooh, barely. Hunter's upgrade. Making walkers against hunts. Is that good?
research complete.
My Panda's not getting too much experience, which is not great. Ah, he got level 2. Nice. That is good. I should probably make a fairy dragon. Fairy's very good against walkers.
More gold is required. More gold is required. Work complete.
Is the balance sheet done yet? Yes, it is. If you want to check it out again, you can go to the thingamajig. VODs.
More gold is required.
I feel like walkers are really popular at the moment. Like, even last week, it didn't seem like walkers were that played necessarily, but right now they seem to be heavily played.
Research complete.
Drunken Haze. Breath of Fire. It's really good to have a frontline panda like you can see here. Tank a lot of damage. I should have gone passive probably to be more tanky. But it's working out. It's all working out so far. Gonna make some more walkers. I should get an orb of fire. One problem for me could be if he's going like guards, or perhaps even worms or something. I need an orb of fire sooner or later anyways. I'm not sure if I should go for a second gold mine. Probably not.
More gold is required. More gold is required. More gold is required. Work complete.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We might be losing here. Flame strike, flame strike, flame strike. Come on, bro. Flame strike. Ooh, oh my god, that was so close. Holy shit. Holy shit, that was so close. You got gyros, okay. We spent a ton of gold just to deal with my one fairy dragon. So, that's still good for me, I think. I'm never sure how many walkers I should make exactly. Can I make guards, maybe? Nah, I don't like guards. Oh, looks like we're gonna get the tower, finally. Oh, nice.
Make it fast.
Does orb sync with Drunken Haze? No.
I answer the call. Yes.
Oh, I don't have much anti-air against the destroyers. I need to go tier 3 for tanks. Got the fire? No? Okay. Come on, Panda. Own those Destros. Let's go. He dispelled my Drunken Haze right away. How rude. I want to make some room for tanks in front of the hunts, but I also want to have some room for MGs later. Should I make some shaman? Yeah, soon, but not yet. You could get web. Yeah, but tanks are the best anti-air I have, ultimately.
Research complete.
And fiends have anti-synergy with tanks. Alright, game is looking good. That balance sheet is a great troll move. I love it. Fuck you. It's not a troll move. I'm serious.
More gold is required. Work complete. Is trouble brewing?
Okay, so I got anti-air with tanks. I got anti-ground with hunts. I have dispel with walkers. Seems like I got pretty much everything. Got 1-1. Alright. He's making more destroyers. So I think, since I'm so well set up, I can greed here and get a third gold mine. Fuck it. Oh, level 3 flame strike. Oh, that's a lot of damage. It still takes my tanks pretty long though to kill his units. Let's make some more. Doubling down on it, you sir, our showmaster. Fuck off. Second mine. What? Okay, I think I get some shaman finally, get some rah going.
More gold is required. More gold is required.
He's gonna be level 6 pretty soon. It still seems like I take forever to take out these wyvern, doesn't it? And destroyers. For the fire, boom! Okay. That didn't hit too much. Okay, I got anti-air, I got a lot of tankiness, don't I? I should make gyms soon, I think. We got the level 6. Big orange bird. Oh, he's got banshees against Tor and Walker. Very mean. Oh. Phoenix didn't stand long. My walkers are getting killed by the wyvern. That's not cool. And then we're gonna go for a hero coming up next. With the Infernal, maybe has the chance to turn here. Oh, he killed the Blood Mage. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That Infernal owned pretty hard. Okay, attack upgrade. He healed the Infernal. Cheat! Cheating! Okay, I got the ult as well, though. Big Bad Voodoo is pretty brutal here. Oh, but the tank AoE also. Ooh, baby! Wait. I don't have enough mana for the ult anymore. Yeah, boys! I cleared them, I cleared them. So the yellow guy seems to be the most dangerous. You know what? I'm gonna scan him. Fuck it. It's unlikely that he has more gold mines, but just to be safe. Ooh, look at that tank barrage damage, baby. Beauty. I'm pretty late with my second hero, but other than that, this game has been going very, very well. Used the split a bit earlier than I would have liked, but totally fine. Should make a second. Gonna make a second statue? Maybe not yet. Ah, it's GG. JJ! Is Orb of Fire the best orb for direct strike? It is the best orb for melee heroes. Yes. Orb of Venom is better for ranged heroes, I would say. It's so weird. Why is there this big white thing on OBS? Strange. Okay. Of course, we just did this to bridge a bit of time. Later on, we're going to have two matches. Colorful versus Running, and Running versus Starbuck. Let me take a look if they're going to be starting here in a moment. Nope, not yet. Looks like Labby just took the lead 2-1 against Colorful. Okay, Labby with the comeback. That means one more round of direct strike. Ooh. We have Germany, USA, Ireland, Russia, Austria, China. Okay, baby. Let's go, let's go. I like these quite a bit on the first position. I might be weak to Huntresses, so I think that's the thing I should consider next here. What do I go here? This is okay. One. What's better here? Shit. Guess this. Okay, I'm not that big of a fan of this draft. Well, let's see.
More gold. More gold.
Okay, I made 5 ghouls because 5 ghouls always win the first round. Did you post your suggestions anywhere, Remo? Yes. Wait, I said a grunt, okay. There we go. Also posted it in the main. On Discord. So he's got grunts. That is good for me. Banshee's very good against grunts.
More gold is required. More gold is required. Work complete.
Why have I been summoned?
Work complete. Work complete.
Okay, saving a bit of gold now. Would 4 ghouls win every round? No, they lose to 5 ghouls, obviously, and they also lose to 4 footies. And they might even lose to 2 grunts, although... No, they don't. No, they don't. Wait, am I gonna lose this because of Acid Bomb Imba?
We need more gold. We need more gold.
Acid Bomb is really strong. Alchem is one of the best heroes in the game right now. No, I'm gonna win. Close though.
We need more gold. We need more gold.
He's got Crypto as well. Extremely good first hero. I would say this is the best first hero. Crypto is insane. Crypto does in fact seem pretty OP.
More gold is required. More gold is required. More gold is required. More gold.
Don't have much gold here.
More gold is required. Work complete.
Huh, Crypto as well. Fuck it, Crypt Lord. Oh, we got dirty early game. My early game is so good. I'm gonna rush another gold mine here in a moment. I'm gonna get AMS now. Put anti-magic on my ghouls. And yeah, I can... My early game is so ridiculously good. Ghoul, Banshee, Cryptlord. Ridiculous early game. I can get a second gold mine right away.
More gold is required.
Ghouls, oftentimes in the late game, pretty bad. Also in some matchups, but Ghoul Banshee really good against grunts. I would be weak against Huntresses. But he ain't got no hunts.
More gold is required. Work complete.
I got so much gold, baby. So the biggest problem for me would be air units.
Work complete.
My might cannot be matched.
So I should make... I should buy an Orb of Fire, probably.
More gold is required.
For the next round. He might have AoE Dispel now. Something like Priests or Walkers. Which would make things harder for my Ghoul Banshee. It seems like he's saving gold, right? He might be rushing higher tech. Orb of Fire gives me anti-air. Oh, I could have died. I missed some experience here, Sanch. How would you have to play if he did hunts? I think no Banshees and Fiends and strong frontline hero. But if he then has something like a Panda, I'm in trouble.
More gold is required.
I am making so much gold, baby. Dryads, very good against hunts because of piercing damage.
More gold is required.
Dryads are pretty risky to play because Dryads are extremely bad against footies, also bad against ghouls, but amazing against huntresses. And pretty good against grunts. Oh, he's got breakers. Okay. It's no problem for me. These breakers are gonna get destroyed by my ghouls.
I have heard the summons.
Lots of ghouls. I should make some fiends here, probably.
More gold.
In case he's gonna throw in some air units. Wait. I have talons, actually. Yeah. No, I should make fiends. I should make fiends. I have the possibility of going tanks, if needed.
Upgrade complete.
Make some talons.
Work complete.
Old Gamba still open. Oh, did I not finish it? Oh, I guess I didn't. It was a W. He's got 3 gold mines already. People shake.
Research complete.
So he's stealing my beetles. That's okay. More experience for me. What should I make next? I think I should make some Wyvern and demos. And Kodo. I could use some more damage. Or should I make breakers? Yeah, I should make breakers. I have 0 dispel at the moment. Useful. Yeah, we got double Cryptid. It does seem like Cryptid is pretty difficult to lose with at the moment. Cryptid a bit too OP. Oh, here come the destroyers. Okay. So I'm gonna need some Wyvern. And tanks, probably. Oh, I hit the destroyer. Oof. I almost lost to these destroyers, man. A little bit sketchy. I could make a fiend, but I don't want to make a fiend. I don't wanna. Could also make a Kodo. I guess it's gonna go heavy into destroyers. That does make sense. I should be going possession here. Gonna make a Kodo. Gonna make some more Wyvern.
More gold is required. More gold is required. More gold.
Wyvern aren't really the best units. They have lower range than Hippo Riders, and they have less attack speed as well. They do have Envenomed Spears, though. I'm not sure yet how good Envenomed Spears is, actually.
Research complete.
It's got 4 destroyers now. think I'm gonna make one demo. A little bit of burning oil is always nice.
More gold is required. Work complete.
Alright, time for a second hero. It seems to be one of those games where the opponent just doesn't have a chance. And level 6. Hey. It seemed like my Crypt Guard wasn't healing from the ultimate though. What was up with that? Okay, now next up we would like to get a ranged hero that can stay alive, soak up some experience. And then I should start to make some tanks as well. When he's getting mass destroyers, then AoE from the tanks is indeed very good.
More gold is required.
Shadowhunter. Yeah. Shadowhunter is an okay hero. His ult is incredible. Best ult in the game, probably. Pushing in pretty hard here. Should I make tanks? Maybe I should just make more Wyvern.
More gold is required.
I don't need anti-air that bad against destroyers, I think. Maybe just more Wyvern.
More gold is required.
Can make a Witch Doctor, finally. Heal wards can be really good in the very late game. Is Battle.net down? Is it? I'm on War 3 Champions. I'm not sure. I can make some more breakers.
More gold is required. Work complete.
They're just getting absolutely owned, huh? Oh, he's got only one gold mine. Oh boy, oh boy. They're falling far behind in gold. Let's go, team. This game almost seemed too easy. Man, Crypt Lord. This Crypt Lord needs a nerf, bro. For real. We got double Crypt Lord. Nothing can go wrong. That's not true, by the way. If the game is really even, and the opponent managed to hold on well, then, in the end game, Crypt Lord can indeed be beaten by Breakers. In the early game also Dryads can be good against him. But unless they have the perfect counter ready to Crypt Lord, then Crypt Lord is just insanely good. Oh, he's got some hippogriffs. Ooh. Those are not going to be having a good time once I get tanks. At the moment, I still don't need any tanks. His tanks are doing well against my Wind Riders, though. Maybe I should go for a third hero. Alright, double demolisher. We're gonna have a nice spread. I'm surprised they haven't forfeited yet. Like, the blue guy only has one gold mine. What the heck? Alright, getting the third hero. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, the Wyvern are the weakest part of my army. If this was like Chims, I would be off much better. Pally or Potom? I think Potom. Got some good damage boost now. Hey, and that's it. All right. That was a very easy game, surprisingly. By the way, thank you, Buttcrumbs, gifting us up to Butt Addiction. Pog. Okay. So we're still waiting for Colorful to get ready to play his match against Running. So let's take a quick look again what he is up to. Oh, the score is 2-2. Okay. The score is 2-2. And I think Colorful's... Oh yeah, Colorful is far ahead. Oh, Colorful is very far ahead. Are they still gonna play this late, by the way? It's getting very late in Korea. It's 1:15 a.m. Of course, Running, we all know, is most of the time Chimiko playing on that account. Hum. So I'm looking at Colorful's game right now. I can't show it to you guys, unfortunately. It's so annoying. Neo's going to be back later on tonight, by the way, at 7 p.m. Wait, that's in 2 hours already. These games are going to be so late. Are we sure this is happening today? Okay. I'm going to try to check out when the next game is happening, boys. Oh, I thought I was going to run an ad, but no. Can't do that right now. So, WSB, right? That's what we're talking about all the time here. So, this is what's been happening today. Soin beats Colorful. Colorful playing a bit of Keeper first again. And losing, of course. 40 again. Losing closely against Soin. Closer than last time. Paddy Rifles, MK first. Fortitude flexing with different styles, showing what he's capable of. But Soin getting 2 maps was pretty good. Tomorrow, by the way, it's going to be Kaho versus 120 and Moon versus Sok. And this series is still going on. The score here is 2-2 right now. There on the decider map 5. One of 2 is going to be eliminated here. I don't know if they're going to play the next series right away, or if there's going to be a break for Colorful. I mean, this was a long series for him after all. Yeah, Colorful is so far ahead. So far ahead. Okay. I'm going to get some water real quick. I'll be back when he be back. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alrighty. Alright, Colorful, have you won yet? Mr. Canister? Doesn't seem like he has. Okay, I'm gonna log into KK platform. I guess we're gonna use that here soon for Colorful versus Running. Or maybe they're gonna be on War 3 Champions. I don't know. But Running versus Starbuck should certainly be on War 3 Champions. What do we got? Now, Colorful is still very far ahead in his game. Both playing expansions, as is Labby's playstyle, favorite playstyle, Expo play, playing Gargoyles. Triple hero for Colorful. I can't show you the game, but I can kind of describe what's going on. Do they have VODs again, I wonder? Nope. No VODs. Colorful getting up to 3 bases. Like I said, the score is 2-2. Colorful has almost 4-4-4 heroes. Demon, Naga, Panda. Ultimate late game on Night Elf. Ultimate late game Night Elf. Yeah, Colorful's gonna win for sure here. Faux show. And then going up against Running next. Remo, what's your take on Swedes? I've only been to Sweden once for DreamHack. We were in Stockholm in the studio. I don't have a take on Swedes. I don't know enough of them. I have a take on Sweden. Your guys' booze is way too expensive. And it's weird that you don't have it in a supermarket. That's what I have. Also, when we were in Stockholm, we were partying on a casino boat. It was in the harbor, and we went on this boat, and there were gambling tables in there. And it took like 5 minutes of me being in there, and I was ordering some drinks, right? And then a drug dealer comes up to me, and he's like, "Hey man, you want to buy some cocaine?" And I'm like, "Nah, dude, I'm good." He's like, "Man, are you sure? Come on, man, it's a good price." I'm like, I just wanted to get rid of him, right? And I told him, "Nah, man, I'm sorry, I don't have any more cash, man. Too bad. Nah, man, not tonight." And half a second later, he flips around the side bag that he had. He opens the bag. He takes out one of those electric card readers. He's like, "No problem, dude. You can pay by card." And I was like, "What the fuck, dude? You're a drug dealer with a card reading machine. Since when is that a thing?" I was like, "No, man, not tonight. Thank you." And we would leave late in that night, but we had a good time. Oh, also, it seemed to be a gay party boat, at least from the clientele. There were a lot of gay guys there. I don't know exactly how we landed there. Somebody recommended it and we went there. We went there by cab. There was 4 of us in the cab. I don't remember who was in there. Maybe it was Neo, but maybe Neo was in another cab. It was 4 of us in there. Of course, we were drinking before that already. We were at a bar, a karaoke bar. It was kind of cool. I was singing karaoke with Focus in the bar on the stage. Both of us were terrible, but we had fun regardless. But after the bar was closing, we wanted to go keep on partying, so we went to the gay party boat. And in the car with me, in the cab, was Lucy. I remember that for sure. And I don't know if you guys know this, but Lucy likes to drink quite a bit, or at least he used to. I think nowadays perhaps less. Koreans in general, at least the Warcraft 3 Koreans, don't normally drink that much. Especially Focus, Lawlight, those guys normally very reserved. Moon, on the other hand, he likes to drink a bit more, but normally not that crazy. The one who drank the most, at least back then, was Lucy. And he was so hammered, bro. In the cab already, giga hammered. I had no idea what he was talking about. He was unintelligible. But we arrived there in front of the boat, and then there are the bouncers, and we tried to get in. I think it cost some entry fee. I don't remember. But the bouncers see Lucy, and they're like, this guy is not getting in. And we were a total of like 6-7 people or something. And we're like, come on, man, he's one of us. Just let him come in with us. And they're like, dude, I can't do it. Look at this guy. He can barely stand. And I mean, they weren't lying. Like, Lucy was almost falling over. He was blind drunk. Unbelievable. And they said, no, can't do it. Can't do it. And Lucy was like, at the beginning, he was begging, come on, please let me in. At the end, he was cursing, fuck you, man, fuck you. But nothing would help. He couldn't get in. And then he just went back home to the hotel. And we went in and kept going. Drug dealers more advanced in payments than German bakeries. Yeah, true. Is it worth it to buy Warcraft 3? Hell yeah, it is. Warcraft 3 is an amazing game. Campaign is amazing. Multiplayer is amazing. Arcade is amazing. Warcraft 3 Champions is giga amazing. Okie dokie. Colorful's game is over. He has won as expected. I'm on AMD and just got the game. FPS is terrible. Any tips? Are you playing Reforged graphics? Because Reforged graphics have terrible FPS anywhere. I would suggest not using Reforged graphics, but classic graphics. Those work much better. Reforged, unfortunately, is a gigantic mess that is not salvageable, it seems. You're using classic HD. Oh, okay. All right, I don't know. I don't know what the problem is then. Maybe somebody in chat knows, but I don't know. Okay, Fly just quit his stream. Rude. Yeah, I wonder if they're going to postpone these matches maybe to tomorrow, because it is quite late. Oh, wait. I saw Shin Kong in the lobby somewhere. Does somebody have the stream of Colorful? You guys? I actually don't have that one bookmarked. My bad. Oh, the lobby's up. Oof, my god. KK is dying on me. It's laggy. Come on, bro. Oi, nice. I got invited. Very good. All right, we are gonna have some more games after all, boys. Colorful and running. It should be. Gonna have a long stream today, huh? Two more hours or so. It should be. Finally, we have a Warcraft 3 game. Hells yeah, brother. Hells yeah. Finally. Okay, we got one player in the lobby. Is that colorful or is that running? I'm not sure. Burning the candle on both ends today, or rather tonight. Of course, for us in Europe, it's not late at all. Right now is when the chill out time begins for most people coming back home from work. Greetings to all of you guys if you just got home from work and are perhaps chilling on the couch, having a cold beer, having a little snack maybe. What might your snack be? I'm getting a bit hungry as well. I'm looking for a snack later after this cast. Wait. This is not the game that I was looking for. How are you feeling about all the streamers in the section bringing people like me into the game? It's really cool. The more players we have, the more people that join our wonderful game, the more people that find War 3 Champions or Battle.net and play Warcraft 3, the better. Okay, I'm in a lobby, but this is a different kind of a game. What is this game? I don't even know who's playing. I'm in a Night Elf mirror right now. This is not running versus colorful. This is Angeline playing. Angeline is a famous Chinese streamer. I'm not sure what I've walked into here. Are they playing like a for fun show match? Wait. Okay, this is definitely the wrong game. I have to get my phone and ask Colorful. Colorful, you have to tell me. Alright. I asked Colorful in WeChat. What is going on here, boys? So I'm definitely in the wrong game. I don't know if there's the right game. Nobody's observing it though. Oh, this sucks. Okay, Infi's also waiting for Colorful versus Running. So I think it's still coming up. Okay. Wait, it's on War3 Champions? Wait, what? Game not found. Ah! Ah ha ha! It just started. Ah, that's why. It's on War3 Champions. Alright, boys. Game is coming up. Game is coming up, and we can do a real gamba. Alright. 1 minute, and then we are good to go. Finally, some real Warcraft action. Running versus Colorful. They've played before. I'm pretty sure they've met before in the Grilled Shrimp Cup. Yeah, they've played quite a few times against each other, where Colorful won every time except for once. All right. Three, two, one. Ready to roll. What? There we go. Alrighty. Here we go. Oh. I think the overlay is gonna be buggy for the first map. Sometimes that happens. Gonna try to restart it, but properly. Okay. We've waited this long today to get a real Warcraft match. Would be a shame to now have to forego a proper overlay. Okay. I think this should be working. All right, Flow TV. Here we go. Overlay not working right now. Okay. That's weird. Okay, for map 1, we're going to go with the Blizzard overlay. I'm going to try to restart again on the next map. Normally when I restart like this, it always works. Mountain King first, though, here by running. Little specialty move. Lots of night elves these days. Like playing Warden quite a bit. Warden here indeed. The hero of choice. Fast expansion then, gonna be expected. Normally you like to play MK on a map with mercenaries, especially Terrana Stand. We all remember, used to be very popular for MK first. Oh, by the way, little public service announcement, because I know there will be questions about this again. Thank you, firstly, J-Doors for the resub. But yeah, running. The player here playing is running under the name War3 Mr. Sun. Now, there was a bit of a mystery going on as to who this player was running. It was a player under a Smurf account, under a bit of an alias. But over time we found out that under the account running, we have a number of players playing. Most of the time, it's Fortitude or Chimiko. And out of those two, most of the time it is Chimiko. So, I think fair to say is like 90% of the time, this is Chimiko playing. Of course, you're wondering, wait a minute. In tournaments, they allow players to be under a hidden identity. Isn't that weird? And yeah, that's a bit weird. In big tournaments, this is not really the case. There we have no running playing, but this is just a smaller show match, the so-called Grilled Shrimp Cup, where it's a play all 3 format. So we're gonna go play all 3 maps here in this best of 3 for more prize money per map. Chad is saying Lawlight. Yeah, true. Lawlight was also rumored to be sharing the account with the others, playing human. But only from credible sources, I've only gotten confirmed yet that it's been Colorful and... it's been Fortitude and Chemico. Colorful was the one who told me. Claws plus 8, by the way, for the Warden. Very nice. Did Neo call out running for being Chemico? Yeah, I guess quite a few people have done this by now. Wikipedia says Chemico and Lawlight. Oh, okay. Well, I guess there's differing opinions then. Yeah, I think it's pretty annoying that we're always having to guess, and they keep allowing running to play these show matches. I think that's unnecessarily confusing, but, well, I guess it is what it is. And here we have a proxy Tree of Life. Unusual position and unusual timing. That's pretty cool. Warden now almost level 3. Her items, very good. More mana and more damage. That's exactly what you want on a Warden. And now she would love to get also one more kill to get that level up. The Ancient of War in position for the next camp. That will be level 3 for the Warden at last. MK, of course, he went for a very fast expansion, but didn't get much leveling progress beyond that. Shredder now for Colorful, getting ready for the late game macro. Stormball on the Warden, though. Now she's in a bit of trouble. She is, in fact, surrounded. Gonna have to TP away. I guess he could have gone Blink to get out, but then the archers would have been in trouble. I think that's a good TP. Saving the archers, saving the Shredder. Seemed to be well worth it. And also distracting a bit more from the Tree of Life, which is now finishing up. Back to Warcraft, could you in the future have timestamps added to your YouTube videos when the games are played? Love the content, keep up the good work. I mean, normally we upload the games separately from the streams, right? There's also... What do you mean, like, when there's a video from the whole stream, then there could be timestamps. But normally, like, very shortly after, we have those games as separate videos per series. Ancient of Wind, very early on. Looks like Colorful wants to get some quick anti-air against Zeppelins. Has there a Zeppelin? Ah, there's a Zeppelin. I was about to say. Kind of missed that one was purchased. So far it seems like Colorful is completely controlling this game, isn't he? Got a strong Warden, hunting these footage out on the map. MK has looked pretty unimpressive for a while now. If the MK doesn't get level 3 quickly, he is a bit underwhelming. Warden herself, not too much experience yet, but of course there's still lots of creep camps still available on the map. One of those being taken right now with the gold mine. And what are we gonna get here for running? Blood Mage second, Sanctum. In the past against Warden with MK first, Mass Ear was quite popular, with Dragonhawks against Dryads and Griffins against Bears. Oh, Staff in from the Mountain King. Could try to see the item here maybe, but the Warden also has a staff. Get more mana. Now with Blink. Level 2 Blink. Quite cheap. Level 2 Blink, level 2 Shadow Strike. And when she gets level 5, gonna retrain into Blink Fan. Man, running is playing defense here for a long time, huh? Going double workshop now. Maybe it is going to be tanks in the end. Wait. Got militia moving out, but this is just for creeping, I guess. Dude, this army is so non-threatening. Oh, Zeppelin ensnared. Has to TP out. Double Zeppelin. This is the most neutralized human I've seen in an early game in a long time. Colorful has absolutely nothing to fear for a long time. Mining now from the expansion. Reaching tier 3 already in a moment. Getting bonus experience now on the Warden. About to be 5. Then he can go for Panda. He's missing one Wisp over here. That's actually going to cost a lot of gold over time. What armor type is Zeppelin? Light armor. He's got a Zeppelin to protect his peasants. If the Warden wants to jump in with Blink Fan. This is the right idea, but it's all just so slow. The tempo of the human here is so ridiculously slow. Look at the MK. He's still not level 3. We're on tier 3 already. On both sides. After Fast Expo. That's ridiculous. Lots of gold, but no lumber on running. This is not a convincing game by running. This is not a convincing game. This is not a convincing build by running. Second Zeppelin, so now I can use one in each base to protect the peasants, which is kind of nice. But he had to spend gold for 3 Zeppelins. So that's over 700 gold just on Zeppelins. Bro, MK is still level 2. This is getting ridiculous. At this rate, Panda might get level 3 before the Mountain King. Ooh, nice Shadow Meld. Interrupts the Siphon. Now we got 5 Wisps, by the way, so that's good. Colorful now. Building up a good bank here. 1,000 gold plus. Running is spending his gold now. He is going for Gyros, Triple Hero, and Breakers. And Knights, I guess. Oh, he canceled his own Siphon. Whoops. A click on accident, I guess. This is a very dominant game for Colorful so far.
A player's forces are under attack.
MK Blood Mage Alchemist. A combo that we have seen before, especially with the mass air that I mentioned earlier. This was quite popular. The Warden level 5 now. Very scary. Alchemist cannot outdo all that damage, especially now as the Panda is going to level up as well. Gonna get his level 3 here. Mountain King at last got his level 3. And there's still money to spend for running. Would like to see some stronger knights maybe, but low lumber still seems to be a bit of a problem here for him.
Player's forces are under attack.
Griffin Aviary coming, finally. Pretty late. Colorful so far seems to be playing this entire game just much better. Oh, and what do we have here? Another Tree of Life. Very strong upgrades as well. The Dryad Bear is going to be on 3-2 soon. Alright, in we go. First real fight of the entire game, I guess. Fucking hates Breath of Fire. The Warden was siphoned pretty well. She's got no mana anymore, but the right click's still good with those claws. And the Orb of Venom. Heal Spray comes through. The hope here for running is he's going to have mana superiority. Also with the next Siphon, he could try to work on that again. But TP out from Colorful. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. He didn't really get any kills here, did he? I think it was one bear going down.
Player's forces are
And like some peasants. Look at the little seal island. I always like to take a look over here. See the bros chillin'. What's up, homies? Why is this a Murloc hut, by the way? Murgle hut. It's a different building, isn't it?
a player's forces are under attack.
When is running gonna get scary? Like, he's been mining so much gold. Maybe if he gets to 100 supply. I feel like that's what he needs. He needs 100 supply, but he also needs heal scrolls. But Kalfla has been controlling the map this whole time. He's controlling the shop as well, as he should. Heal scrolls here, very premium in this late game, with this much gold from the expos. And I think running hasn't gotten a single heal scroll all game. Tree of Life now gonna get ready for the third base. Ooh, Blood Mage. He got the heal scroll actually. And the Scroll of Protection. That's gonna cost another TP to get away. Doesn't look like running is gonna be able to get to 100 supply. Not enough gold for that if you ask me. Oh, but he's making more farms. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we are gonna see 100 supply. Very passive game. Dude, we've had only one fight this whole game.
A player's forces are under
Hippogriffs. Getting ready. That anti-air should work out pretty well. The anti-anti-air, not too well situated yet for the human. But now we're getting gyros. In high numbers, they're pretty good against hippogriffs, but only if you micro them well. If they're just standing there and not kiting, then they will be falling. Oh, Hippo Rider! Yo, what's up, Hippo Rider? Surprise visit from Direct Strike. In case you guys don't know, Hippo Riders are insanely good in Direct Strike. Not so good in real Warcraft. Okay. Can the human finally win a fight? How's it looking running? The Hippogriffs seem to be winning the air fight, but they kept the other units alive for a time being. Warden! Whoo! Almost going down. Stormbolt, Focus Fire, Warden in serious trouble, but the staff was there to save her. Also the Scourge Bone Chest, by the way. Quite nice for the Hippogriffs as well, isn't it? The lifesteal for the melee units. That's more kills. Panda 5, game over. GG. Alright, that post-game doesn't really work. All right, let me try to restart our overlay here and everything. Yeah, overlay was a bit buggy. I wonder if it has to do with the new War 3 champions, but it should get its information from Warcraft 3, not from War 3 champions, right? Confused. Okay, well, colorful, looking very convincing. Map 1 goes to him clearly. And we're getting ready for map number 2. Just gotta restart this real quick. What is with the new season? The new season has launched today of W3 Champions. We have new game modes, new maps, ladder reset. What's new with the new season? Well, I did a little video showing it all earlier in the stream, but you can also find it on Discord. I can post you the link for the patch notes. There we go. Patch notes for War 3 Champions. Okay, they didn't start the second map yet. Do you guys have Colorful's Doyu stream? Or, he's on TikTok actually. His TikTok stream? Can I Google that? Colorful TikTok stream Warcraft 3. No. Oh, wait. Maybe I can find it on Wikipedia. Shit. Show it here. Oh, I got it. Nice. I got it, boys. It was on Wikipedia. All right. Looks like it's taken a minute here to start the next game. Wait, are they on KK now? They switched to KK. Okay. Why? Okay, whatever. All right. Well, then let's go to KK. All right, 2 minutes, and then we should be good to go. Do we have a payout already? Nope. Colorful wins map 1. Setting up for map 2. So, grilled shrimp cup. In number 41, the two also played against each other. Colorful and running. This was a best of 5. Yeah, this seems to be another indicator that Colorful is in pretty good shape at the moment. Colorful rank 7. The Night Elves are nicely huddled up against each other here in the ELO standings right now. Life the highest ranked, very narrowly. And then Kaho and Colorful with the same exact amount of ELO points. 2,566. 1-0 has finally gotten into the top 10 again. He's broken in once more. As you guys may have noticed, Fortitude has taken the lead. He's right now 4 points ahead of Happy. The first time in a little while. I will be very curious to see what the next show match between the two might look like. And where they're going to be meeting next. By the way, a little overview in terms of tournaments that are coming up. WSB, of course, is running through this week. Happy doesn't play in that one, obviously. On the weekend, also, we're going to have the DWCC Western qualifiers continuing. Number 3 and number 4. And next week, things are going to get interesting. Next week, we're going to have a new tournament starting. The M Cup 1, which is a tournament with a special rule set. Some might call this a fun rule set tournament. Because here in this tournament, players must pick a neutral hero as the first hero. The map pool also a bit unusual. We got Secret Valley and Warhail. These maps are not commonly seen. Yeah, a neutral hero. You have to play every single map, if I understood this right. And both sides have to choose the same neutral hero. And then for the next map, the loser gets to determine who the next neutral hero is going to be. So this is going to make for some very unique games, for sure. And for some very weird games for Undead, I would think. I wonder who's going to be able to improvise the best in such a tournament. Starbuck wasn't invited, by the way, surprisingly. Instead of him, we have Blade, Sock, Infi, and Hawk for the humans. So Lin never retired? He didn't retire, no. According to Focus, Lin is just always busy around December and January, and maybe also February. Lin, though, he did decline to play the WSB qualifier. I don't know for what reason that was exactly, but we have still seen Lin playing. I would love to see him practicing and play more again. Especially because Lin, in the recent games we saw from him, didn't seem to be in top shape. Okay. All right, we got our next map ready. I hope this is the right game. Hold on. Wait. No, this is not the right game. Crap. I tried to join a game through Watch on KK platform, but it's not the right game. If I want to join a game through Flow TV, so to speak, in KK, I have to have one of the observers or players on the friends list. And I don't have that for that game. Infi is offline, Fly is offline. What's Shinkong doing? Shinkong is not showing the colorful game, which is strange. Okay. Why couldn't they just play on War3 Champions, man? I have no way of joining that game, actually. Crap. Okay. All right. Well, it was kind of a long stream. I'm sorry to be ending on such a anticlimactic moment, guys. I would have liked to show you the rest of Colorful versus Running, but I can't join the game. I can't show you the game. Okay, I think this is where I'm going to call it. Bit of a longer stream today. 6+ hours. We checked out the new War3 Champions season. And of course, I gave my thoughts on balance suggestions. I wish you all a wonderful evening. Neo's going to be starting a stream as well later on tonight, I think, is the plan. So it says on our homepage. So Neo should be back tonight as well. All right. Sorry that I couldn't show you the games here that are coming up, but this is just too much of a hassle right now. I'll be back on Thursday for more War3 Champions, more Warcraft 3 action. Maybe that's going to be a show match also announced on the day. We'll see. So I say goodbye. Have a nice evening, everyone. And I'll see you again Thursday. Bye-bye.